Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in to the Dynasty Land Football live stream. We are officially here live with you on a Monday night to do a
We are
real
indeed.
Dynasty startup draft. I apologize for the lateness. I swear I'm not making this up. Sam, me can attest. There was technical issues and only Claude was able to fix it. But
this is the third time I've heard Zach's ASMR intro.
We greatly appreciate you guys being here. You might say, why is Zach not yelling? Typically, Zach is yelling. Something's going on. Something's wrong. Do not fear, my friends. The simple answer is that your boy is sick. He's been sick for about a week. My throat, I know people call me the throat goat. All right, I've seen some people call me that.
I've heard it.
Which I'm proud to own, okay? But the unfortunate reality is I went to the doc. I said, Doc, come on, man. You got to get me you got to get me healthy, okay? I like to stream. I like to yell. I like to be emotional. And he says, look at me, Zach. Don't yell. You're not allowed to yell until you're better. And I said, Doc, that's going to be tough. So shout out to Doc. This is for you, the ASMR, ladies and gentlemen. Someone says I have the antivirus. Guys, appreciate y'all so much being here with us. I am super excited for today's stream. Again, I cannot wait for you guys to see what we've got cooked up for you today. I've got a fun surprise. I haven't even told you, Sammy. Like, not even you know the surprise that I've got waiting for you.
I'm excited. I'm excited for it. I can't wait. This should be a ton of fun. Back on for another Dynasty startup. You love to hear. We actually have some news.
Quickly talk about the news. Yeah, go ahead. Let's quickly talk about this.
Yeah. So, I mean, the first thing of note this morning drops David Njoku signing a 1-year deal with the Los Angeles Chargers. A lot of takes flying around the timeline about this.
Yeah.
You know, people bringing up, people talking about personnel packages, McDaniel, historically he runs more 12 now. And 13 and even, exactly. All this stuff going on. I tend to agree with, the first two comments in the chat here. I'm really worried about Gadsden, man.
Yeah.
I'm not excited because you get in these situations where he's now likely with David Njoku and Charlie Kohler. Oronde Gadsden is like, he played more in line than I think a lot of us think last year.
Yeah.
But with David Njoku and Charlie Kohler, I mean, this guy's not going to be blocking at all. So he's not going to be on the field in 11 personnel whenever there are 3 wide receivers. And then it's just like everybody's just going to eat into each other. I still think David Njoku has some juice. I really do. And so I'm worried about Gadsden. I just don't know if, the little tiny sample we saw last year of him, producing at a high level is indicative of what we're going to see going forward.
Here's the reality. If you own Oronde Gadsden, then you're probably the guy commenting all these posts around different social media platforms saying, David Njoku's washed. Who cares? Yeah. I saw someone say, he took the NFL tour. We know he's not good anymore. Wrong. Okay. Why don't you tell that to Ladd McConkey owners? Why don't you tell Ladd McConkey owners travel back in time a year ago in August when Keenan Allen signs there and say, nah, don't worry, he's too old. I know he's produced at times in his career, but he's actually too old. He's not going to hurt Ladd McConkey at all. Here's the reality. Okay? You have 100% of a pie of targets that you can share. When a productive veteran enters the picture, they are not going to take 0% of that target share pie. Okay? So, inevitably, there is going to be an impact on Oronde Gadsden. I personally took him from a 17% target share down to a 14% target share. He is now, in my projections, an under 10 point per game score, which basically makes him not draftable for me unless it's like my last pick. In a redraft league, sorry, I'm not talking about Dynasty. Not Dynasty at all, just specifically redraft when I say these projections and what I'm talking about there. So I absolutely think it's negative. I think anybody who thinks it's positive, spinning it that way somehow, is probably a Gadsden owner. They're probably lying to themselves. Njoku's a good quality player, man. He's going to get targets. He's going to earn targets. He's going to play in line, but so is Charlie Kohler. But this doesn't kill Gadsden in Dynasty. I mean, I'm not like moving Gadsden down to my tight end 20 in Dynasty or something. Maybe in redraft, I'm not going to have much of him at all. But for me, he moved from my tight end 10 down to 12. I probably prefer Stowers over him pretty easily. Obviously, Sadiq, Pitts, Laporta. I probably put Kittle over him. I'm asking, do I want Gadsden or Kincaid? Ferguson, Strange. Those are the questions that I'm personally asking myself now. Do you have a different opinion there based off your perspective?
No, Zach, I don't. In fact, I think I'm even more bearish on Gadsden now. And there's a few comments in the chat talking about how, Fannin beat out Njoku last year. How, a rookie receiving tight end stuffed Njoku in a locker and that Gadsden is going to be fine. I think we're misremembering what happened with David Njoku in 2025. He got hurt. He started out the season playing all of the snaps. He gets hurt. He misses a game. He comes back, never regains his full snap share, but he was like, we knew that he was hurt pretty much that entire time.
Yeah.
And like Fannin wasn't playing the blocking snaps. Fannin wasn't like taking over Njoku's role. He was just playing a lot alongside him, and Njoku was playing less. And then later in the season, Njoku got ruled out for like the last month with the same injury he was dealing with the entire time. So,
and Sammy, I'm no expert, but from what I've heard, injuries, they do hurt your production if you're not on the field. I've heard this.
There seems to be a correlation
before.
Zach, I've been doing some high level research on this. There is a correlation between not playing games and not scoring fantasy points.
Okay,
believe it or not.
I'm glad you're able to confirm that one.
Yeah, no, just for all the people out there, I am doing the important research so that you don't have to. But no, like seriously, I think that this could just be a cannibalizing situation.
Yeah,
where they work in similar areas of the field and they're gonna eat into each other.
They're gonna eat into each other. Quote that. Put it on a shirt.
That's
from Sammy directly.
I didn't.
What's going on in the locker rooms in Los Angeles?
I didn't hate Gadsden before this news. Right. I was lower on Gadsden than consensus because it took a Will Dissly injury for him to play any meaningful snaps.
Yeah.
That's why I was lower on Gadsden.
I think it has to impact him. I'm not of the opinion that Gadsden can't still break out in year 2. If Gadsden really has taken a massive step and has gained a lot of trust with him, I'm sure you'll see that outworked in the game plan, in the target share. But it certainly makes things a lot more messy. And if you think it has no impact on Gadsden, you're probably lying to yourself. We have been, how long have we been streaming now saying, hey guys, if you have Gadsden, let's look at trading, either tearing up or making a move. I don't think we looked at a single roster if they had Gadsden as their tight end 2 and said, yeah, we're just going to keep him there. I think almost every time so far this offseason we have said, hey, how can we move him? What could we do? Can we find a way to get a first? Can we upgrade this position? Can we? So I still think that he's a solid asset. I don't think he's a dead asset at all, but if you haven't changed your perspective on his 2026 outcome, then you're probably lying to yourself with all due respect. Guys, I appreciate y'all being here with us. At the end of today's stream, after the real draft, we will do some trade questions, some team reviews, absolutely. But we've got a real draft for you on tap, and I'm so excited because you might notice I have access to this draft, Sammy. What I didn't tell you, is I got a message from Commissioner Rowan 2 days ago, and he said, "Hey, someone in the draft was wondering if you wanted to draft for them." They said, "Would you be open to drafting for them?" I said, "Little old me." They want me to draft for them? I absolutely will oblige. I have dreamed of days like this where people have said, hey, do you want to just draft for me and have fun on the stream and then I'll manage the team? Yeah, I love drafting. I just can't manage all these teams. So here's the fun surprise today. You and I will be drafting. I say you and I because I think it'll be fun if we do it together, if we draft this team together.
Oh, this is fun.
We are going to be drafting from the 4 spot. However, one thing we need to say is we can't send them in all over the place every single pick because there's a lot of conversations we need to have. So I think we're going to have to communicate a little bit via Discord, you and I. If you can get your Discord open, be ready to communicate with me there. We can have conversations about, player A, player B, but remember, this is a real draft. We don't want to commit capital punishment cinnamon all over the place. But guys, I do greatly appreciate you guys being here and hanging out with us. Sammy and I are going to be drafting for Team 4 here. I'm really excited.
So does the rest of the league know about this?
They're finding out now, or they do know about it. I don't know. But they're either thrilled or they're like, oh wait, why?
So yeah, I just DM'd you, Zach. We can
Okay.
We can start discussing our 104. I put a good idea in there.
So we're going to have a lot of fun today. But guys, I appreciate y'all being here and hanging out with me. Here's the deal. We do giveaways every time we go live. Now, to be transparent with you guys, I mean, the team reviews are just constant flow right now. And I love that. And I'm so grateful. It makes it hard to offer a team review as a giveaway, though, because I'm already trying to keep up with what you guys have kind of brought me. So I'm going to make a deal with you guys. I'm going to make you earn it today. I made you earn it last week. I'm going to make you earn it today. First off, if you'd like to enter today's giveaway, the first step is to hit the like button. Go ahead and hit a like button on the stream. Show some love. The second step is to type our code word for today. And the code word is officially Orion. Okay. Now, the reason the code word is Orion is because on the Land League's website, I haven't even announced this in Discord today. I'm a mess today. I'm sorry. But we just released a brand new league, the Orion League, which we'll be drafting this time next week. Okay, this time next week, the Orion League will be drafting. Now, I told you I'm going to make you work for it. Regardless of what happens today, I'm going to give 3 people a free trade question voucher. So no matter what, you're going to go ahead and get some a little bit of a swag bag. 3 people, okay, are going to get a swag bag, if you will. Now, here's the deal, though. If you really want a team review, if you want to get the ever sought after team playbook, if you want to win this, if you want to add this to the docket, if we want to go 3 trade question vouchers and a team playbook, then you're going to have to work for it, okay? And the way that you're going to work for it is we're going to have to go ahead and hit 200 subscribers on the brand new Fantasyland Shorts channel, okay? Whoa. If you don't know, I officially told you guys about maybe 4 days ago that we're going to start releasing short form content on a brand new channel. We are at 99 subscribers now, so we basically have to double, okay? We basically have to double. So if you haven't subscribed yet, I'm going to go ahead and spam this into the YouTube chat. Take 5 seconds, go subscribe to the Fantasyland Shorts channel. Going to start releasing content there next week. But again, if we reach 200 subs on today's stream before we do this giveaway, I guarantee you we will add a team playbook voucher as part of the giveaway cycle, if you will.
I'm doing my part. I just subbed.
I love it. We'll go ahead and we'll check back here after round 1 or 2 and see where we land. But I appreciate you guys big time for coming in and hanging out. I wanted to just give a quick shout out. You know, I do love all of the people in the chat who are hanging out with us. And I just wanted to give one quick shout out to Mr. John Grievous. He says, "It is my birthday today." Guys, can we please give a massive shout out to John?
Happy freaking birthday. To our boy John.
John, I can tell you've lived a long life, my guy. I can tell you've had a lot of experience. And John, this is his 98th birthday, and he's here today on the stream celebrating with us. Can we please give a big shout out to Papa John? This is the Papa John. This is Papa.
By the way, guys, everybody, I just want to alert everybody, be careful, okay? Orion is very close to the spelling of a certain vegetable. I saw Rick already threw onion in the chat. Let's just make sure we're getting into this giveaway. Orion, that's with an R. All right, my boy Rick. My boy Rick has been doing too much cooking tonight.
Yes, John says, please, Papa John is my father. let's please give some love to Papa John's in the chat. Again, 98-year-old man. His kid probably set up his iPad for him. He's out on his ranch on the front lawn.
He's
just kind of on the porch he's probably got a rocking chair right now. Can we please give a big shout out to John in the chat? Okay, I apologize to the Hera League for the lateness today, but let's go ahead and start this. This is a Dynasty Superflex startup draft. The polls are in, and we are doing a is it 0.5? Rowan, can you hit me up in the chat? Let me know what the official rules ended up being.
We got to find out.
I believe it's a 0.5 tight end premium, and I believe it's a start 10. It is a start 10.
It is a start. It's a start 10. Okay, so your normal. Yeah, he says
Okay.
0.5 start 10. You got 3 flexes there. Let me know when we're on the clock. I think I'm just like
We're
5
on the
or 8
clock, Sammy.
seconds delayed.
And we've got a really difficult decision here to make. I think it's 2 players, really.
Time's up. What's going on with the?
Why did it say time's up? I don't know.
It went to like 8 seconds right away. I think we have way more than that.
Sleepers.
Yeah, I'm with you, Zach.
Those are the 2 players I'm thinking right now.
Me too. How much time we got?
I kind of lean.
We got a minute.
I kind of lean this one, and because of the way things typically pan out. But if we go this one, we have flexibility on this build.
I honestly completely agree with you.
Okay.
This is where I think market baking needs to happen a little bit, because the other one I have ranked higher, but I can't.
Yes.
I do completely. I've been sort of playing with this in the startup mocks that I've done on stream when I stream on Saturday nights.
Yeah.
And I honestly like my teams better when I go this way. Genuinely doing the market bake. So I'm with you. Let's do it.
I think we're on the same page. Again, there's a clear and obvious option here, but it does limit our flexibility on what sort of team we want to build for Bows. So we have collectively decided here to go Jahmyr Gibbs at the 104 for this team. So Jahmyr Gibbs off the board with pick 104. And what's funny about this is Bows can either be in the background, like excited about the team we're building, or we could build the worst team ever for Bows, and and he might pay the piper for it.
Are we just drafting it, or does Bows, it would be funny. Bows can make trades if he wants, and we just have to react to them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He can make trades. In fact, thank you for bringing that up, because we did have a trade go down.
We did.
As Josh Allen comes off the board, that was the 2 options you and I were back and forth.
I mean, that's my number 1 overall player, man. And it's just it's so tough to, but I think that the collaboration effort here, I think if it's a real league, I might go Josh Allen and just try to compete if it's my team. But I think that to build the best possible way, if we're just drafting, without the, I guess, luxury of being able to move around the board as much as possible, which I would normally want to do in a slow startup, I think it makes a lot of sense to go Gibbs here.
We had a trade go down, and Commissioner Rowan was the one who made the trade. He ended up receiving the 101, the 312, and the 912. What's crazy about this is it's just a straight pick swap in every round.
That's wild. That is wild. You would think it costs more to
one
move
of the
up
cheapest
to the
101s I've seen in a long time, Sammy.
That is, genuinely. We'll see who KC or K Chiefs gets here at the 109. He's about to pick, so we'll see who he gets here. In my opinion, there's a top 8, and they're all gone.
Yeah.
So I'll be interested to see where he goes here and what the difference ends up being between that 304 and that 312. Because you're moving down the same amount of spots in the first as you're moving up in the third. And I don't really care about that 9th round.
Yeah, I agree. What's up, T-Gotsy? Welcome in. Appreciate you being here. You guys are awesome.
Honestly,
Zom said that we should rotate every round. I kind of enjoy the collaboration of it.
Yeah, we can do more of these. If somebody in every league wants this,
I'm so open
this
to
treatment,
it.
we can do some fun stuff. Obviously, they have to consent to it.
Yes.
But if you and I just went
consent
1 for
is
1,
important.
No, consent is the most important thing.
Yes.
You might argue.
We're very a pro consent stream.
100%. If we just went back and forth 1 for 1 every pick,
my wife is staring at me. Sorry.
That. She's like,
she popped her head out of the corner, and
I married the right guy. Married the right guy.
It's like, what a great role model.
Yeah, see, Mike in the chat saying, next league I get in, I'll let you guys draft for me. Going back to back, just 1 for 1, no conversation. You make a pick, I make a pick, you make a pick, I make a pick, would be a ton of fun.
That would be funny. Yeah, I could see that being really funny.
Fun.
I'd be worried about what the outcome would be for the person's team that we're drafting if there's no communication.
I mean, guys, if you're drafting this offseason and you want 100% Brian Thomas Jr. exposure, I'm here. If that's what you're looking for, if you're in the market for that,
We can
I'm
guarantee
here.
it
So
for you.
KC ends up with, or K Chiefs ends up with Amon-Ra.
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
So Bijan to Amon-Ra. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Um,
No surprises in
I'm
the
wondering
first
why
eight, though.
Unk goes so early. But here's the thing, though, Zach. Here's the thing. If I'm in this top 8, given with how the startups have been going, with the quarterbacks falling, even us here taking Gibbs over Josh Allen, I'm so happy to be at the 108.
Yeah.
I'm so happy. Like, even like I'm perfectly fine getting Jaden Daniels there and starting with
Same.
a quarterback.
Yeah. We see him go in the second
Right.
round all the time, but I 100% agree with you. As Neighbors comes off the board at the 110, I am finding Neighbors. I'm finding it really difficult in my projections because, and this is what a lot of people don't understand about projections. You know, I've heard people compare my projections to like season long props and stuff like that. And
No.
with all due respect, I don't think you understand what projections are trying to accomplish if you're comparing them to season long props. It's not really a good baseline. Season long props are going to identify injury risk. They're going to say what is potentially the outcomes of these players if they stay healthy, if they don't stay healthy, right? If trades, like all the unknown variables are kind of baked in. Whereas you're not, I'm not, someone else might have some different logic than I do in their projections tool, right? But I'm not considering injuries. I'm assuming when I project out players, they're playing 17 games. Obviously, we know that's not going to happen, but that's the way we draft. We draft as if these guys are probably going to be healthy, and then maybe if there's an injury-riddled guy, post projections, you're going to move them, down your rankings slightly to account for that. But
This is exactly it, Zach.
Neighbors
that
is
last
tough.
point you mentioned.
Yeah.
That last point you mentioned is exactly it. I am going to, unless there is a known injury where I'm like, I don't think this guy plays for the first 2 months, right?
Yeah,
If there is like, if we're accounting for injury, if this is a guy who has been injured a lot, once like the projections are not the final ranking. So once I do the projections and I look at where I have everybody, if there's a guy who's constantly injured, I'm going to bump him down a little bit behind guys who project worse than him because I can take that into account.
yeah,
So for me, it's the same as you. I'm just trying to get a gauge on how do I project this offense
yep.
over 17 games, and what does that give this player over those 17 games?
I agree.
Now, George Kittle, I'm not drafting George Kittle as a top 6 tight end. I project him to
But
be
when
a
he's
top
healthy,
6 tight end in points per game once
Yeah,
he's back.
exactly.
Right, but you don't draft that way. So there's a lot that goes into it.
Neighbors is such an interesting guy because I currently have him projected to get 18 points per game, which I think is pretty fair. Like, you lose Wan'Dale Robinson, a huge target eater in the offense. You replace him with Darnell Mooney. You draft Malachi Fields in the 3rd. You bring in Isaiah Likely. There's not a single player there. Like, you could actually argue Darnell Mooney is the most proven target earner there. Excuse me, sentiment. I'm sorry. But, I honestly feel like Neighbors is set for another 30% target share season when he starts to play. The problem is reports are really messy right now on when that actually will occur. Between, where some say maybe week 1, some say maybe week 2. So if we were just doing redraft drafts, fantasy football drafts, right, not Dynasty, and we were just using point per game as a ranking, Neighbors would be my wide receiver 6. But in reality, you have to, and for Dynasty, there's no problem taking him there because you can kind of play the long game. But for redraft, you do have to kind of try and account for that. And right now, I've got Neighbors a little bit lower just because I don't really know exactly when he's going to be ready.
I think a bit of my hang up as well is that it's just the pass volume of this offense. I think they're going to be on the lower side.
Okay.
So he ends up with 168 targets for me.
Yes. Because you're projecting the whole year, right?
Exactly. But I have him just under 17 points per game. So that's partly Dart's touchdown rate isn't super. I don't think it's gonna be super high because he's gonna be running a lot.
It's so hard though because it's insane what Dart was able to accomplish through the air, in my opinion, with what he had last year. Like Wan'Dale Robinson is like the absolute goat of low yardage on a catch. You know, like he's going to give you the absolute least in return for the targets you give him. But where do you have Neighbors ranked in redraft rankings? Like if we were to do a redraft today, I don't really know where ESPN or Underdog, you might be able to tell me, has him ranked, but
I can tell you right now. So I have it. So he's going at like the 2-3 turn in Underdog right now.
Okay. That actually seems right to me.
I have him at 25.
Same. Wow.
Overall. In my best ball rankings. I don't even love taking him there, honestly, because I think that as we get closer to camp, as soon as you get a bad report, he's going to drop an ADP.
Yeah.
And there'll be Neighbors, like you'll be able to get Neighbors at like the back of the third at some point in the summer, I think.
Sammy, there are 2 picks until we are up on the clock here.
Yeah, I'm looking at my best available here. Burrow was a rock falling there for me.
I think we're going to get a really good player.
Oh, Dart. Dart was another one I was potentially considering.
I don't know, Sammy. I'm feeling pretty good about this.
Are you? I don't even know who you're talking about.
We're going to get a really good player either way.
Who are you? Who's on your mind? Okay. Yeah, the first one, obviously, I was thinking about that. That's an interesting start. That'd be very, very...
I just think BPA is the way. Let me send you one more thing. Okay.
Okay, Hampton goes.
You know what? We don't often use this feature, but I would like Commissioner Rowan. Can we call our trade window? In a startup draft, everybody gets a 1.5 minute trade window.
Good idea.
I would like for the league to please send offers if they'd like to move up to the 209. If we could please pause this draft here and get our trade window. So if anybody in the league wants to move up here, we're willing to move back.
Trades?
I think it's going to be...
Or is it Bose?
I think it's going to be me, but let me send some offers out to people and see what they think, because I think Bose might end up receiving them, and then that could be confusing.
Yeah, this is very tough. Hampton was clear BPA for me.
Yeah, I think you and I both were thinking Hampton there. I'm sending some trade offers out. Make sure you check your DMs if you're in this league.
If we can, how long is the trade window?
Only 1.5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Sammy. By the way, if you guys hear Sammy not saying something and I'm like, I agree with you, we're having conversations on the back end as we're drafting this team.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, we were cinnamon whole. Oh my god.
Today, Junior.
we were cinnamoning a little bit in our conversation there, but.
What? Someone.
What happened?
Someone sent me a trade offer to move down, and I get worse picks.
I think you should take it. We're back on the clock here?
Okay.
We got 50 seconds. Yeah, I don't know if.
Okay, hold on. I am honestly. These moves aren't
set the
enough.
queue. I mean, you might as well set the queue if you. Actually, you know what? I don't know if we need to set the queue.
Mouse, I just sent you an offer. You're going to have to make a quick decision here, whether it's a yes or no. Okay. I'm still open to trading this player, but we are going to select CeeDee Lamb here.
Let's do it.
Again, still open to trading the player, to moving down. So if you guys want to send offers, we're still going to listen. So but I think CD was the clear.
Yeah, in terms of ADP, I think he was the clear value. Yeah, I think we're gonna be trying to win this thing. Bose is gonna be set up to.
That's not gonna work for me, brother. I'll send you something else though. Oh, okay. So our trade did get accepted. All right, so Sammy, this is what I cooked up for us. Unfortunately,
we're about to be on the clock in a second.
Unfortunately, with a limited amount of time, I couldn't really talk through the trade with you, but I think you and I were. I've been very openly open to tearing down off of CD, for various reasons, but I basically just teared down and did a bunch of pick swaps. Okay, so we get the 211, we send away the 209. Move up in the 4th, move up in the 6th, and then go from the 911 to the 709. So very simple deal. Only move back a couple spots, nothing crazy. Yeah.
We gave away the 709 in that one.
Oh, I definitely meant to do the opposite of that.
Oh boy. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
That's tough because if we were streaming, I definitely wouldn't have done that. I wonder if Mouse is. I was trying to get the opposite of that, Mouse.
Very obviously. Why would we move down? We move down 2 spots. We move up 2 spots in 2 rounds, and then we move down 2 whole rounds.
Let me see if Mouse will honor this trade back, because clearly that's not what I was trying to accomplish.
Zach's Butterfingers. We don't need Zach. We don't need Zach's Butterfingers to ruin Bose's team here.
Mouse, can you send me that trade offer in reverse? I apologize. And Rowan, yeah, let's pause 1 second. That's on me, guys. That's on me. I don't want to ruin Bose's team, but clearly I meant to do the opposite.
Very clearly as well, and obviously. I don't think there's any debate to be had there.
Mouse says, can you resend it, or do I need to? Let me see if I can resend it. I apologize, Bose. I promise I'm not trying to sabotage you.
Bose is like, I give this guy my team, and he just makes obvious value loss trades.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Mouse says that he read it as what you were.
Oh, so he's happy to do that trade.
So you just give. If Mouse is okay with it, we get his 7th, and he gets our 9th.
Okay, so what we actually need to do is we need to get both the 7th and send him both of the 9ths. Correct?
That would fix it, correct. If he wants to do the trade, reverse the 7 and 9 of how you sent it. Mouse says yes. So Mouse, you're going to get the 2 9ths, you're going to send the 2 7ths, and that's going to correct it.
The doc told me not to go live, and maybe Doc was right. Maybe I should have listened to Doc. Okay, that's been rectified. I apologize, guys. So essentially, now that all the trades are actually done, we basically moved up in the 4th, 6th, and we went from the 9th to the 7th. Do you like that move in totality?
Yeah, I think we get some value from the 9th to the 7th, and in my opinion, we're going to get a similar player as the at the 211 as we feel about CeeDee Lamb. I just sent you where I'm at on
Yeah,
this pick.
Mouse is like, that's how I read it. Yeah, I agree with where your head's at.
If you have another idea, I'm happy to hear it. That's just who I have as best available.
No, I think I'm gonna send you something fun that we could do. This is probably
Hit me.
not the right move, but what do you think about that? Probably.
I mean,
not,
you know
right?
me. You know me. I do have the other two ahead of him.
Yeah. So again, just to be very clear,
If it was
we are. Sorry. Someone said Zach equals Jim Marshall running into the own end zone. I feel like that was my Dan Orlovsky moment just then.
that definitely was.
If I can just self-proclaim, that might have been my Dan Orlovsky moment. Yeah, we can unpause, bro, and I apologize.
Do we know who we're taking? I think we have like 20 seconds, Zach.
No, oh, we're on the clock. Okay.
We're on the clock.
Right, okay.
That's why he was asking.
Sure. Well, I'm fine with those two options that you presented. I'm just going to go the option that I think makes the most sense. We'll grab Drake London here.
Yeah, okay, yeah, do it. It's tough, man. I think that, it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds because you want to play the ADP game. It seems like trades are, a little possible here. So,
yeah, trades are possible. We don't have a trade window. We abused that trade window. Let's be honest. I mean, we took way too much time.
As people are aware, this channel is not a democracy. This is a dictatorship.
It's poised as if it is a democracy.
So Jahmyr Gibbs, Drake London is the start.
Someone sent a super chat. Sorry, Sherney. Would you rather have Jay Brooks? Sorry, guys. Or a second? I love Brooks. I think he's a buy.
Second.
I think the second is probably more valuable as of today.
Yeah. Zach, I tweeted about this.
You'd rather go like multiple thirds or a player you're not that interested in and a third for Brooks, but
I tweeted today. I just
like a Jacoby Myers,
a little engagement tweet. Just a screenshot of I sent a late 27 second for Chuba.
Yeah.
And the comments were like, people love Jonathan Brooks. People think he's a revelation, think he's a gift to the game of football. And I just can't wrap my head around it. Zach, Jonathan Brooks has played one more game than he has ACL tears since his last year of college.
Yeah. I am team Jonathan Brooks, but here's a problem in Dynasty. I think, we shouldn't really be having this conversation because of Code Cinnamon, but we've already broken it. Obviously, these guys aren't going to be drafted anytime soon. All I'm going to say is I think at price you can be team both. I'm very, very open to being team Chuba and team Brooks. Like, they are both very cheap.
I don't know if anybody's selling Brooks
for
I don't know if anybody cares to sell Brooks for a third. Like, I feel like you don't.
But if you attach Josh Downs in a third, like that's how you're gonna have to do it. Like I love Jalen McMillan, but Jalen McMillan in a third, Josh Downs in a third, Ted Hurst in a third. So you don't want to send a second, but you want to attack a guy. You want to attach a guy that you're not that married to.
Yeah. So
in the third,
Jalen Hurts comes off the board. That was who the other guy I was looking at.
Yes.
We'll see how it goes for us. I think that, I just think it's such a good value at the 302, man.
Yeah.
I can't get it out of my head.
It was an option for us, but chose to go a different path.
We'll see. And Slim Pickens goes Caleb Hurts. He's got his two quarterbacks.
Someone said going from CeeDee Lamb to London can't feel good. I feel fantastic about it. I don't know.
Me too.
I understand, but like if I'm moving off of Lamb in a league, my ideal player to get in return is like a London tier type of player back. And you have to account for what we're able to do moving up in both of those rounds, as well as moving from the 9th to the 7th. So let's see what that looks like in totality.
I have them back to back in my wide receiver rankings.
Okay.
Which plug video out tomorrow. If you want to hear me ramble for 60 minutes, 61 minutes actually, about Dynasty wide receivers, tune into that tomorrow. That'll be out tomorrow.
A little upset because I was hoping to get George Pickens and then be like, sup?
We got the actual wide receiver.
We've already got the wide receiver one. No. What are your projections now that both of those guys are off the board for this Cowboys wide receiver room? I have pretty strong opinions on it, but
yeah, I don't think I'm as strong. So this is, I mean, I'll just read the stat line. CD, I have 160 targets. He's going 107 for 1,408.
Yeah.
And then Pickens, I have 135 targets, 86 for 13 and 9. The thing with the Cowboys is, like, I don't like anybody else besides these two. I do not like Jake Ferguson, Ryan Flenory's, whatever. It's like these guys are just going to consolidate the targets so much, and this team should pass a ton.
Yeah, well, I kind of think they might run more this year than last year because they've made some pretty big improvements on defense. But in the overall point per game outcome between those two, there's only a difference of 0.3 points per game for me. And I'll give CD the edge there, 17.4 versus 17.1. But I think these guys are very much 1A, 1B. And we finally got to see who George Pickens is. The guy that we loved coming out of Georgia. I say we if you're like a part of that crew with me. We finally got to see that completely
We're on the clock, by the way, Zach. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's perfect. Do you have a strong opinion here? I have an opinion, but...
I just sent you two...
okay.
Two things that I'm
What do you think about this player? I'm higher on this player than others.
Yeah, I'm back to back with him and the other guy I said.
Okay, so you would be fine with it?
I would be fine with it. Yeah, and then we have the 4-2 as well, which I like. Igbuka just went. Yeah, so Mouse.
Maybe we wait on the guy I just said and go with... Okay, damn, we have way too many options.
I know.
Why don't you just live on stream tell me a name between all the names that we've said? We have 15 seconds.
Okay.
10 seconds.
Rowan. Yeah, I got you. Let's go.
Hurry.
Let's go Brock Purdy.
Okay. BCB off the board. We will take him as our quarterback 1. And don't mind this start here. Gibbs, London, Purdy. Big Purr. That's actually reserved for Cat, but...
Then, okay, yeah, we can continue talking about the 4-2. We have a bunch of options.
Yeah, I think between all those guys, hopefully one's available.
Let me finish this.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Those 4 is what I'm thinking.
I like them. I would also add this name.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know how you feel about this name, but he'd be on the board for me as well.
He's gone.
Okay.
He went 3-6. Yeah, I would have taken him. I would have taken him easily over Brock Purdy.
Okay.
That was Rashee Rice he was talking about, by the way. We can Cinnamon Rice because he's off the board. James Cook goes.
James Cook, Trevor Lawrence. So two of the players.
Trevor Lawrence goes.
Very.
Lawrence Purdy's tough, man. Lawrence Purdy is tough. I have them back to back.
Yeah. Wow, 3 in a row. Exactly who we were thinking.
Carnell Tate. Okay, well, it's okay because
we're gonna get one of the guys,
2 that we like,
right?
Yeah, so it's.
Yeah, we'll get one of these guys that we like.
It's one of these 2. Where are you leaning? Are you leaning 1 or 2?
I'm. Oof, now it's harder. I'm leaning 2.
You're leaning
I
2?
just think there's top 5 upside finish potential. It depends. Like this is not a fork in the road, and we have to decide where we're going to take this build. But one of them certainly leans into a direction versus the other.
It's true. I think it's more of an argument of flexibility, because I think that in terms of potential, like I think it's less likely that the first guy, ends up having an elite 2026.
Right.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all.
I think what's available on the board right now, there's a tier that's going to fall off very quickly at a specific position. Are you happy to make this pick?
Yep, I'm good with it.
Okay,
we're back to back in my rankings. I'm fine with it.
We're gonna grab Ken Walker here. So we start our draft: Gibbs, Walker, London, Purdy.
I like it. I'm
a fan of this as well.
So, yeah, I think people are asking Purdy over Lawrence. It's so close for me. I think that I think the ceiling for Trevor Lawrence is higher.
Okay.
I just think Purdy needs a Burrow like 40 touchdown season to have like that crazy year. Lawrence can get there on the ground. More likely, in my opinion. He was running a lot near the end last year.
I just don't think that's going to be like a long term for everything that they want him to do.
That's what I'm saying. At that too. I think that it won't be super consistent like you'll see from the elite rushers.
Purdy's had a high touchdown rate, but he's had it in multiple seasons now. I'm kind of like buying that's what he's capable of.
100%. And adding Mike Evans, I think, is huge for him. You need McCaffrey to stay healthy, I think. But, Shanahan's scheme, I'm happy to buy into that. He's super solid.
The addition of somebody, contract. You know what I mean?
It's very close. I have Lawrence like ahead of him by 1 spot, but it's the same tier. It's pick your flavor.
I'm guessing this
I'm
is
not
a
like
trade
bought
window
into
that just went down.
Okay. I'm not bought into that the last 8 weeks of Trevor Lawrence going nuclear last year and winning everybody their leagues is completely predictive of what we should project going forward. And Carnell Tate, we were also thinking about Carnell Tate.
Yeah, Tate was a big option there as well. I'm pretty happy though so far.
I think this turn has access to our Discord DM, Zach.
Who?
I think the turn here, everybody on the turn here has access to our Discord DMs. Everybody we were talking about, it was like Purdy, Cook, Lawrence, Tate. Everybody just all went.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, a trade just went down. And the trade window, again, is doing its thing. Slim Pickens, you got to have your queue set because there was not much time at all on the clock. Okay, so Nico Collins comes off the board.
Okay.
So it looks like Slim Pickens got the 403 and the 510. Sent away the 411, the 502, and a 27 second. Which is a relatively fair deal, I'd say there.
Yeah, pretty even to me. This is kind of where I'm in move back territory. I'm not a big, I'll trade up for a huge value.
Yeah.
Or I'll trade up 2 picks and send what I feel is no value to try and get a guy at the end of a tier.
Yeah.
But big jumps for sending, a lot of value, future capital kind of thing is not something that I tend to do a ton.
I'll just address this comment in the chat. I don't really agree. Obviously, we wouldn't agree if we took Ken Walker at the 402, but I appreciate the comment. Average Joe Mixon here, which, by the way, if this is actually Joe Mixon and it's his burner account, I'm sorry that you shot your own foot. Maybe gun safety classes would be a good idea. But he says, not a fan of Walker at that price. He's all hype, no substance. Don't see how he produces better on the Chiefs than the Super Bowl champs. Calling the Seahawks Super Bowl champs is fun, but it doesn't really relate to how a fantasy football running back is going to produce or not.
I think it's kind of missing the forest for the trees. Like I don't think that this really.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of
really
factors here. He
is
says
relevant.
the Chiefs use a stable of backs. I don't think that was out of something that they wanted to. I think they had to. The last time they had a 1,000-yard rusher was rookie Kareem Hunt. Let's be honest,
People
guys.
people forget about what Andy Reid does with running backs because it's been so long.
There's not been a running back this talented in Kansas City. I mean, maybe rookie Kareem Hunt was the closest, but you might have to go back to Jamal Charles. Like, is that the last time they had a running back this talented?
Genuinely. Like, so dude, I was in like I was in the 8th grade. I was, growing my first armpit hair the last time Andy Reid had a fantasy relevant running back.
It's been a minute, and I think if you go and you look at their depth charts and their options throughout the years, it's been very much like pick a guy up off the waiver wire, draft him late, see what he can do. They have not spent a premium on the position. And I think like there's often this concern that, oh, well, the player was not given the workload in a previous situation, so therefore they're not going to get the workload in a future situation, which fails to realize that most of the time when a team pays a running back like they paid Ken Walker, that almost always leads to workhorse opportunities. I mean, people were so annoyed that James Cook never got enough opportunities. He never got enough touches. Why aren't they giving him the full load? Clearly, he's a talented guy. Then he signs a long-term contract, and guess what the Bills do? All right, he leads the league in rushing last year. So I think that there's going to be a huge amount of opportunities for Ken Walker. I would be shocked if he doesn't touch the ball over 300 times at Kansas City this year. I've got him at 298 attempts, which would be a career high.
I don't see how you can project anything else. I don't see how you could do a realistic projection of this Chiefs backfield and not give Ken Walker a career high in carries. I give him 283. I think he gets used in the passing game a bunch, like Zach. And it's not like they have dude, even I would be more worried about Isaiah Pacheco still on this team as the Zach Charbonnet comp than anybody they have. Imari DiMarcado, Emmett Johnson, and Brashard Smith. What are we worried about? Scared of?
Chase says, I just feel like a team who has shown they don't care about running backs for several years and pays top market for a guy they don't want to utilize as a modern workhorse.
I think I read this, Zach. I think he meant to put in something that says they wouldn't he agrees with us.
Yeah. I agree. That's kind of where I was going to say, I think you meant to say this, but look,
you know what's interesting?
Everybody is welcome to their different opinions, obviously. I think there is legit top 5 finish upside for Ken Walker in this offense. I've got him projected 100%. Out to get 16.9 points per game. And that's with me projecting the Chiefs offense to be quite mid. I'm not projecting the Chiefs offense to be anything revolutionary this year. I don't even know when Mahomes is back. But for example, in total passing yards, I've got the Chiefs middle of the pack, almost bottom third, around 3,600. But they have openly discussed, I know this, guys, I'm watching what they have to say constantly. They've openly discussed how run heavy they want to be this year, which is not at all surprising with not knowing when Mahomes is back, going out, trying to improve your offensive line, getting a actual running back that you can rely on. The Chiefs have gone through, excuse me, the cycle of not paying running backs. They've won Super Bowls, and now they're seeing teams with really good running backs win Super Bowls. And I think they know that that's an element of their game missing. As Tom Brady started to age, game plan started to change. And I'm not saying it's the exact same thing or it will relate the same exact way, but as Mahomes gets older and older, and not to say that he's old or he's not mobile, but coming off a torn ACL, I would be truly shocked if this isn't a very heavy rush team in 2026.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think that just not addressing wide receiver at all in the offseason leans into that. Damn, there was a tiny light in my head that believed Burden might fall to us.
Yeah.
I was considering him at the 4 too.
Yeah.
Brees is what I wanted to say. With his extension, like he's already been a big carry share guy over the course of his career.
Yeah.
But I just like people are upset about, they wanted him to end up somewhere else. I like the fact that it's solidified now. That we know that the team is committed to him, because there was all that talk last offseason of like, oh,
Right.
I'm not their guy. They didn't draft me. It's going to be a committee with Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis and all this kind of stuff. And it was bad for, many reasons outside of that. But I think if the Jets can be good this year with a really good offensive line, really good and high draft capital weapons, an adult, competent quarterback in Geno Smith.
Yeah.
I'm kind of in on Brees.
It's interesting because I do think it's certainly not worst case scenario. Like worst case scenario is he doesn't have a contract heading into the year, has an injury, and then it's like, who's going to pay him big money? That would have been worst case scenario. But I wouldn't say like it's best case scenario for me.
I wouldn't say best, but in terms of like if he's a Jet, I would rather him be a Jet long term.
Yeah, I get that. I've got him around a tier where he could be RB 10 to 18 in that range. So,
like, here's the thing, like the Lions were a joke for a really long time.
Yeah.
Right. The Bills were a joke for a really long time. It's
Well,
I get that the Jets are going to jet. The Bills got Josh Allen, right? Like, I get the Jets are going to jet. But there's a world in which Geno puts up a competent season and they're still able to, they have 3 firsts next year. They're able to use all that draft capital to move up for a quarterback next year. Like, they don't even need to be picking in the top 5 to get a quarterback next year, I don't think, because they have all the capital in the world to move up for one. So look, yeah, they are the Jets. I know. And I'm not forgetting that they're the Jets. I'm not forgetting, but I cannot take the argument. At one point,
it was they're the Lions, so I get what you're saying.
I can't get behind they're cursed as the.
It's
as
weird
the
because
against
when I saw the signing, I thought to myself, should I change my rankings? And I thought, I don't know. I don't think I am. Like, my rankings are very much kind of just exactly what they were before. I think I moved them from 11 to 10 just because of the security.
I moved him from 12 to 10. Yeah.
So it's like,
I think that
all right,
it's funny. I saw a tweet. I forget who it was, but I saw a tweet. Somebody said, this is the first time I've ever seen a running back get an extension, and I've thought about moving him down my dynasty rankings, and I thought that was really funny.
Yeah.
But
that's funny.
Yeah, I just like the fact that they're like, this is our guy, and even if we suck, he's going to be our guy. We've seen good running. Look at Devon Achane last year. Like, we have seen good running backs have insane fantasy finishes.
Yeah.
On terrible teams.
Yeah.
It happens.
It looks like we did have a trade just go down at the buzzer. Slim Pickens
moving up for
Here's the trade, and he moves up and goes Christian McCaffrey there. I just want to quickly give you guys an update.
That was the same. He moved up for Pickens too, right?
I think he moved up for Collins. It was Nico.
Oh, Collins. That's what I meant. He's Slim Pickens.
That's right. Guys, appreciate y'all being here, hanging out with us. If you don't know, we are doing a giveaway today, but as I said at the beginning of the stream, I'm going to make you earn it, okay? So by default, we have 3 trade question vouchers up for grabs, okay? I'm going to tell you how you can earn a team playbook in a second as a giveaway, but the steps are very simple to enter. First step is to like the stream. Step 2 is to type the code word, which today the code word is Orion. And the reason the code word is Orion is because we've got a brand new league available for you to enter. All brand new promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker members get a guaranteed spot into next week's league. If you want Sammy and I to draft your team next week, maybe we can do that for you.
We'll do it.
But all brand new promo code LAND annual Mother Flocker members get fast tracked into the Orion League. So if you want to be a part of a real league that matters, that you can invest your time and effort into, that you can really care about, become a member with the code LAND and then enter the drawing on the Land League's website. I'll go ahead and put a link in the chat for you guys if you want a direct link to the site. But that league will be drafting this time next week, so you can have a very similar experience to what you're seeing right now. Now, by default, we're going to give away 3 trade question vouchers, right? The other thing that I said is if we reach 200 subscribers on the Fantasyland Shorts channel, brand new channel, going to release content there starting next week, then I will bump up the giveaway to add a team playbook, to add a live review. So what are we currently at now on the Shorts channel? It looks like we are at 110. So, I mean, you guys are going to have to move mountains if you want to get a live team playbook a part of today's giveaway. I'm willing to do it, but y'all are going to have to move some mountains for me and go ahead and subscribe over to the channel. I'll spam the channel into the chat right now. You can take 5 seconds of your time, subscribe, show some love, and then you can up the ante for the giveaway. But you're going to have to earn it. All right? No more freebies around here.
No more
Curry Kid
freebies.
says, I'm giving her all she's got, Captain.
Oh, that's good. That's good stuff. Okay, so we're getting close here. We got 2 picks until ours, Zach. I have a short list ready to send over to you
send
of who
over
I have
what
as
you're
best
thinking.
available. Here's just my next 9 that I have on the board. As my best available.
Okay, I'm not gonna go number 2.
No, I know. I'm just I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know.
I think I would be really excited about this guy. I'd be so thrilled if he falls. That's who I would like to target.
Okay. Yeah, I'm largely fine with it.
And he's gone, by the way. He went at the 405.
Oh, my bad.
But
That's so funny. So where are we at then? We're on the clock.
We are? Okay, so look.
That's my bad. I don't know how I missed him.
So
I agree with that. We have the 6-2 as well. We got another pick and 4 picks. So in that case, and then number 4 on my list that I have updated here just went as well right before us. I had Jadarian Price on there. I also think, I think 2 and 4 are obviously appeasing to me, but I do think that we can wait. You love the bottom guy on my list.
I do. I mean, you're open to that? That's pretty heavy in one direction, but I'm open to it if you are.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Ugh.
I can't believe I want to say this, but maybe this is the answer.
Ooh, talk dirty to me, Zachary.
It's either him or let me give you 2 more.
We got 24 seconds on my end.
Those are the options between what we're currently looking at. Okay.
I wouldn't be I don't hate the second one. Definitely not the first one.
We're gonna grab Brian Thomas here.
Jesus, take the wheel. Oh my god.
I can't believe I got bamboozled into
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the best day of my entire life.
We went ahead and added Brian Thomas. Honestly, I don't think this is unfair price at all. This is
Bose, you just won the league, my brother. You just won the league, my man.
This is pretty fair in my opinion. This doesn't seem like an egregious time. It's not too early, not too late. This is probably right where he should go.
Bose, here's what I want you to do. Bose, listen in real close. All right, brother? As soon as this is done, okay, you're going to throw this league onto flockfantasy.com. And you have access to all the rankings. You're going to go up to that little sort button, and you're going to sort by Sammy Stacks. All right? And then you're just going to... The biggest smile of all time is going to appear on your face when you shoot up
if anybody
to
got
number
me,
1 in the power rankings.
Sammy's got me. Okay, no, that's awesome. You know what I just realized I can do?
What a dream.
I can probably jump into a mock draft and pause it. But I would have to make every pick as I go, and that's probably not gonna... I'm probably not gonna do that at this point. Never mind. I was thinking of how I could see my BPA.
Yeah, I'm just looking on the flock side. I can, if you want, I can get your BPA too as we go through here.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Yeah. I got you. Here, I'll do it quickly.
I think I know what I want to do next.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
I think one of those makes a lot of sense to me.
I'm a little low. Like I'm a little lower on number 2, but I think that I'm maybe not.
You know, I think that offense is going to pass a lot this year. I'm sad that Javonte just
I
went.
agree. Javonte did go. That was somebody we were considering.
He typically falls in startups that I
do.
watch,
Like if we can get that first guy,
yeah, I'm sold.
I'm over the moon.
If not, I have another proposal for you.
I don't mind going with the second guy you had said when we were debating versus Brian Thomas.
Right, okay.
But like,
I think I'm gonna send you one thing to consider here.
Yeah.
One thing to consider. Okay. I mean, we could try.
Like I'm more happy to push it if the first guy goes.
Okay. Depending on who's available.
But yeah, like if
I agree. Shit.
We do have a trade window happening right now, so we have time. Dak goes. Fuck.
Okay, we gotta rethink this.
Damn it. Okay. Yeah, see, like, I'm not... I agree with you. I do agree with you that...
That's our 3 right now, we're thinking?
I mean, I might throw up if we take the first one, but...
Look,
I would,
I mean,
yeah, like, I can't...
I'm not opposed to pushing, but it's dangerous.
No, it is dangerous. It 100% is dangerous.
I don't... So why... We'll have to have a conversation later on. I've got a video coming out next week, which I don't want to
Why do I
dive
hate
into too much. Okay, we have our option here of those 3 names.
Ooh.
I
think with our build, this is a no, but let me just float it to you.
You know, logically, purely from a value perspective, that makes a ton of sense here. It does give Bose flexibility. Although, when we took Walker, it does make it tough here. That's not a bad idea, Sammy. From a value perspective, I think that's a good call.
Yeah, like that's where I'm at.
Okay, I'm gonna agree with you here. So
Okay.
Sammy and I have made the decision here to grab Fernando Mendoza at the 602. Oftentimes we see him at the 102, 103, 104 in rookie drafts. In our draft, it's very rare that he falls, you know, to the 106, and he does end up being, as Sammy said there, the 6th rookie off the board. I think this is a pretty good draft so far. I feel pretty good about the moves we've made.
We're balanced. And yeah, we'll see how it comes together later on. But I'm happy with that. Locking down our QB2 for the future.
Yeah.
Even if he's not super a huge contributor in 2026.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the trade that went down for someone to move up for Dak.
Also, Zach, Bose is saying that you should check your trades.
Oh, I've got trade offers. Okay.
Apparently.
Sometimes when you're like a co-commish, it doesn't show up. But this is the trade that went down. It was a 3rd and 2nd round pick swap to move up, basically 4 spots.
Wow. I mean, to get a falling value that I thought Dak was there, I think I'm okay with that. Yeah. I think with the thing, Zach, you don't get a direct message. That's the problem. The message goes
Is this from Rowan?
The main owner.
I feel pretty good about the value. We got the 602, so if someone wants the 602, they would need to be pretty aggressive.
How does Bose feel about the draft? I want to know. I want to know how Bose is feeling right now. I'm interested. I'm interested in his thoughts. Let's extort Rowan for for everything he has. Okay, can we do that?
Rowan, send me something, but I'm not saying this to like get a better deal. I'm just being honest with you. It would have to be a pretty attractive offer to move off the 602.
Yeah, 60. If we can
I'll
move
be right
to the
back,
6-9, you're good. If we can move to the 6-9 with a plus, I do think that there's a world in which Zach feels comfortable with that, given who we were thinking about, who's still on the board currently. But yeah, we do have another trade window here. We did take the GOAT, Rick. That's right. Well, yeah, Rowan. Unfortunately, I have zero control over anything going on here. But I can workshop this. Like, Rowan, here's what I'm thinking. Where would you be? I don't even know how Zach feels about this. Where would you be at on we go down from the 602 to the 6-9, and you throw us the 7-4 for the 8-4? Where would you be at on that? I'm not sure how Zach feels about that. He might just say that's not enough. That's something that I would consider heavily. That's similar to what he said. Here's what I proposed, Zach, and I gave the caveat that you might not be on board with this, but this is something I would be thinking of. We go down 7 spots from the 6-2 to the 6-9, and we jump from the 8-4 to Rowan's 7-4. So we move down 7 spots for then a round.
Can we
jump
get
from
a
8-4 to 7-4?
Second and third round pick swap involved for a rookie draft?
Okay, I like it. Yeah.
If so,
give us another second, Rowan, that we can. He says no, absolutely not. What? Rowan, if you're gonna have like the.
Okay, if not the 2 for 2, then I want to move up in a different round later on.
Yeah, I can't see really beyond. Can we get a ninth for?
So let's do a.
Do you have a
let's
ninth?
do a ninth for a 10th. What's Rowan's ninth?
Oh, he's hard rebuilding. That's why he said that.
Okay, sorry, he's hard rebuild. Okay, well,
he has an 8th though.
Would you give us your 1009 and we'll give you our 1204 on top? If so, and the player that wants available, then I'll do that.
I don't really care about 5 spots there.
Yeah,
honestly.
The 5 spots down below won't move the needle. A trade did go down. Carter moves up. He gets the 906. The 607, the 9 and the 13th. It looks like basically some pick swaps across these different. Okay. One moves up in the 8th.
I like the
13th to the 10th. This is actually pretty much what we were offering Rowan. It's very close to what we were offering Rowan initially. Or
I feel
most recently.
Like there's a lot of trades going on in this one, and I like it.
I like the trade window is serving its purpose.
Exactly. So yeah, Rowan, you're about to be on the clock here. We just want the R12-4 for your 10-9 added to this.
Yes. And
a round and a half.
We'd be happy to do that.
From the 12th to the 10th, and we'll do that. Let's see if he's into it.
Okay, so he would get the 602. What else was it?
So it'd be 602 to 6-9. We jump from the 8-4 to the 7-4.
We're open to doing this, Rowan, if you want to.
He said there's one guy that if he's there, he wouldn't do it. So if his guy falls here, then he's not open to it. He feels like there's a value faller.
Hey, up to you, man. So we're officially open to doing the deal that we just said. So what would it be? It would be
So 6-2 down to the 6-9.
Yep.
We jump from the 8-4 to the 7-4.
Yep.
and then we jump from the 12-4 to the 10-9. But
Okay.
honestly, Zach, well, let's see what Rowan says to that. He says, "How about the 2 for 2, and I send my 11 for your 12."
Done. Send it through.
So we go 12-4 to 11-4.
Done.
Zach, before you make the pick, if we're doing that with Rowan, just check the message that I just sent you, because we have the 704 now, right?
Okay, let's see. Rowan sent an offer through. Is it? I think it's paused by commish. So I want to make sure I read this properly. We move down. Okay, I'm happy with this. I'm going to accept it. Deal done. So,
Let's do it.
If you guys don't know, we just made a deal with Rowan. I think we take the receiver. We're on the same page, right?
Yeah.
We're going to grab Zay Flowers here.
Make a bet.
We're going to grab Zay Flowers here close to the end of the 6th.
He was a faller on ADP. I'm happy with it here.
Let's sum up that trade one more time, sorry. So, we move down from the 602 to the 609. We move up from the 804 to the 704, and we move up from the 1204 to the 1104.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like it.
I think we're killing it.
We'll see.
We have three seventh round picks.
So we're gonna have to be on the ball here.
Oof, I love being on the ball.
We've done some pretty good value hunting here.
I agree. I'll tell you my dream.
I think 3 7s
Sammy. Let me send you my dream
first,
outcome.
Second. I'll send you my dream one.
If we could do that, we might be cooking, not with gas.
Yeah.
I'll go European on your ass. We might be cooking with petrol. JMO comes out the board. We both love us some JMO. So.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I honestly I like JMO over Zay personally. Okay. But consensus, I understand, is not on that.
Love me some Jameson Williams.
I love Jameson Williams. So, by the way, do we have like bye week leaks? Lions 12, Ravens 12, Eagles 11.
Who cares? It's Dynasty.
No. I mean, like it's leaked.
Oh,
we don't know yet.
Sure, I get what you're saying. Sorry.
That's what I'm saying. Derrick Henry and Baker come off the board. Cam Ward at the 701. We got 2 picks before us. Arjana, what has he done so far? It's gone. He's got 3 wide receivers. And then the other one is... Oh, he's got back-to-back picks here.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So...
Interesting. Yeah.
You're happy with that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That might be our biggest...
Hopefully it's not a concern. That's what I'm going to say. It's close, but I get that's not consensus. I'm sky high on the first guy I wrote. I think that, yeah, if we can get... Arjano's running out of time here. He goes Tyler Shuck at the 702. He has the 703 as well. Let's see. Let's see what he does. Let's see what he does. Arjano, he's blue balling us, man. Come on, make the pick.
I will say there are some players that I'm like shocked are available.
Dude, I got like there's there's
Sammy?
nothing better than a live draft, man.
I love.
Did he make
I
it?
wish you and I
Oh
were
my
in
God.
the same room right now, like it was a draft room, and I could come and just shake your hand.
I could kiss you
Oh
right
my
now. I
God.
could kiss you.
Wow, we freaking did it, dude. Welcome home, Jared Goff. People are probably like, "Wow, you guys are that excited about Jared Goff?" Hell yeah! Oh my God,
Dude.
look at this build.
This team is insane.
Oh my God, we are absolutely crushing it right now.
We are crushing it.
Purdy, Goff, Gibbs, Walker, London, Thomas, Zay. I mean, that is, if you can show me a more ideal start through 7 rounds, I'd love for you to show me it. Well, keep in mind, we still have 2 picks in the 7th round. I love it. By the way, what was hilarious is you and I were having a conversation for the 602 when Mendoza was our pick before we traded Mendoza away.
Dude,
we were
it
like,
was gonna be Goff.
do we go Goff here? Do we go
It was
Goff?
gonna be Goff.
And we said,
That's insane.
I don't know. I think we can wait as long as we get one of Goff, Shuck, Baker. And there may have been other names in there. But I feel incredible.
I'm on a high right now. I'm on a high. Jalen Waddle. I like the Jalen Waddle pick a lot too.
We've got 2 more picks to make as well. Oh my God, T. Higgins at the 706 is incredible.
Yeah, that's an insane value.
Well done, Blessed.
I really like Blessed's team as well. Let me throw some of my best available to you. I'm not sure if you're gonna like all of these.
I probably
But
won't. I'll probably complain. I think T. Higgins might be the pick of the draft so far. I got a fun pick we can make, Sammy.
We're getting to the not fun part of the draft, but we're about to be on the clock. That's where. Okay, yeah. See, he's in my list that I just sent you.
I didn't think about that one. Okay,
I would
I think I'm gonna
prefer
go
the top 3 I sent you over what you sent.
You would say what?
I would really prefer the top 3 that I sent you over the name that you mentioned. Okay, yeah. So
I'm fine with either of those 2 game plans I just told you there.
you don't like this guy?
It's not that I don't like him. I don't think he has the upside that the other guys I'm mentioning do. If we're gonna take a swing here.
And that probably leans into the quarterback that I like more than you as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm more on the second one you sent.
So this guy first?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to let you have this one. I wouldn't have made this pick like right now, but I don't think it's crazy. We are going to grab Tootin first here at the 709. Again, I don't want to sound like I'm anti-Tootin at all. Not at all what I'm trying to claim there. I think he's actually a really great RB3 for us, so I think that works out really well. Clearly, there's a ton of upside. I mean, if Tootin is actually the workhorse 60% guy in Jacksonville, you and I will have gotten a steal there. So
We
I don't
just
think that's
upset
crazy.
Rowan heavily, by the way.
I said what?
We just upset Rowan heavily.
Oh, did we? Look,
He wanted Tootin really bad.
I'm open to making a trade, man. Rowan, what's your next pick? 804? Rowan, do you want send me something, bro? Send me
Honestly,
something.
Rowan, yeah.
I'll trade down from the 709 right now to the 804 if you want. Give us the 804 and the 809.
He says, no, dude, I'm done trading with you. You clearly hate me. That's awesome.
Okay. Are we agreed on the second fit, or what do you think here?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I think that we're gonna have to I think we're gonna have to pair this player with maybe a veteran later on in the draft.
Yeah.
But I do really like the value of this player here.
Okay. So I can say this because we don't pick until the 10th. You want the tight end or the receiver first?
The tight end.
The tight end.
Or the tight end.
It is a premium. I think this makes sense. We're going to go ahead and add Kenyon Sadiq to the squad. So I think that gives Bose a ton of flexibility here. So I feel pretty good about that start for Bose. A lineup of Purdy, Gibbs, Walker, London, Thomas, Sadiq, Flowers, Tootin, Goff. So I think we did a pretty good job, honestly.
We did a bang-up job in the first 7 rounds here, I think. Flexible,
really think we did a good
but
job.
also can compete this year. We can add. We're gonna need to add like a vet tight end because I don't want to fully put the weight of the world on Steek's shoulders in year 1.
Add a couple streaming options later on, Bose.
Exactly. See, Rowan, what you fail to consider is that this is no longer a dictatorship.
See, it's not a dictatorship.
He's
I let Sammy make a pick.
Yeah, he did let me make a pick. Because he didn't let me make the BTJ pick because he loves BTJ.
Yeah, I have let you make some picks there, for sure. It's been a back and forth. It's been a nice collaboration.
I love this team. This team is really, really good.
I think it's a solid team too. As Darnold comes off the board, just a little bit of an update on our giveaway for today's stream. We're currently at 114 subscribers on the Shorts channel. I'm going to be honest with you guys. This might shock you guys. Don't think we're going to hit 200. I don't think it's going to happen today. But I'm going to go ahead and paste the link in the chat if you want to go subscribe over there. If we do reach 200 subs, I'm going to add a team playbook to the giveaway today. So someone's going to get a free team playbook if we hit 200 subs over there on the brand new channel. I imagine we're not going to hit it, but that's okay. Even if we don't, we will still give away 3 trade question vouchers. All you have to do to enter the giveaway is simply like the stream and then type Orion. That's as simple as it gets. Chase says, how can Sammy like Jag players but not their quarterback over Purdy? Sammy was actually advocating for Lawrence over Purdy. I was the one who made the Purdy pick over Lawrence. And obviously, we didn't know that we were going to end up with Thomas and Tootin. Honestly, this might sound weird because I know people love stacks. I'm kind of glad we didn't go Lawrence. I don't want to be that heavy on one offense going right, personally, but...
No, I agree. And I do have Lawrence 1 spot over Brock Purdy, but that doesn't mean I dislike Purdy just because I like all the Jags. I don't necessarily think Trevor Lawrence needs to be a pick at the back of the 2nd round.
Yeah. Concepcion was the other guy we were thinking there. So I was thinking maybe we go Concepcion. To be fair, it being a tight end premium, I think Sadiq was a good pick. My initial thought was actually going to be Concepcion and Sadiq. But I wanted to give Sammy some power there with the Tootin pick. So we went Tootin and Sadiq. But I don't know, man. That felt... I feel like we killed that.
I feel like we crushed it. I feel like we absolutely crushed it. I really like what we did here. I think Bose is going to be set up real nice. Real nice.
I agree.
Kyle Pitts.
I'm going to give you guys till the end of the 8th round to enter into the giveaway. Actually, we'll go into trade questions after the 8th round. We'll jump into some trade questions. And Bose, just so you know, from here on out, you are going to start picking in the 10th. So you can take over your team from the 10th round onwards. And Rowan, you can remove me as a commissioner or co-commissioner or whatever now, and we'll let Bose kind of take the reins from here on out.
This was an absolute blast, by the way. This was so much fun.
Anybody joins a league in the future and wants us to do it, like I'm more than willing. I'll be right back.
Yeah. This was an absolute blast. I never even thought of this as a possibility. But this was a ton of fun. And Mike, I hear you, brother. Next draft, we got you. Jordan Addison, I was pushing for Jordan Addison as well. I was also pushing for Kyler earlier. Zach just isn't as big of a fan as I am. Yeah, I think Kyler's going to do well in this scheme, and I think Jordan Addison is being undervalued. CJ Stroud at the 8-4 for Rowan. I think that's a really good value, Rowan. I don't see why. I think he could easily bounce back. I really like that pick. That's a really good value on Stroud, man. Really, really good value. Rowan just got CJ Stroud in the 8th round.
Not a bad price, honestly. I think Stroud, while I'm a little bit concerned about him, like, he could definitely have this late Jared Goff curve, you know, where maybe everything is perfect straight away, but we know he's a talented player, talented prospect. You know, I could see that really working out in the long run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree. I think that it's been a lot of offensive issues that have led to his bad play, and like the offensive line just being terrible. I think if they can be serviceable, like, I think he can have a really good bounce back.
Yeah. I don't think that's crazy. They definitely improved the offensive line. I know you said that, but like
I don't even know if it's like they did more quantity than quality, I feel, but they did do a lot. Like they added a ton
Wyatt
of
Teller,
guys.
if he can just stay healthy,
yeah, he'll be good.
Probably their best guard straight away.
Easily. I think Gadsden goes here at the 806, Zach.
Yeah.
Like, for me,
that is calling a shot there. It's a tight end premium.
I think that, like, I always want to leave some room for me to be wrong.
Yeah.
I genuinely think that this is it's as close to burning an 8th round pick as you can get, in my opinion. That's just where I'm at.
I agree in a tight end premium though.
I just don't. But in a tight end premium, all of the tight ends rise. Everybody gets more points. I think Gadsden is going to be a guy who is in like the 20 to 30 range on seasons, like every year. He's gonna have some games where he splashes. I can't buy into a 4-week stretch when Will Dissly got hurt from a 5th round pick who isn't going to block.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't have been the pick I would have made, but I don't think it's as crazy. You're kind of in the 8th round taking some shots. Like I would have taken the Omar Cooper shot probably. There's another player I would have taken a shot on, but I don't think it's as crazy as you think it might be. I mean, I probably think he's more of a 10th rounder now after the Njoku move. But look, the reality is if you are out there and you're a Gadsden truther and you think he's so talented that he's just going to demand targets, then ultimately Njoku will impact that, but there will be enough that you can see where you say, see, I was right, and now everybody likes Gadsden. So you can still make that decision, but it's a little too early for me. I just don't think. So what round are you taking Gadsden in then?
I mean, I have him at, what do I have him at? In the 130s, I think. Okay. No, I have him at, in this it would be I have him at 115. So you're looking at what, 10th round, I guess?
Okay, yeah, that's kind of where I am.
I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world. I just don't even feel good about him there. Like, I genuinely, like, that's sort of market baking for me.
You're not really sure that, like, what you're getting unless you're, again, like, you're one of these at Gadsden people who just, you know.
Like, I don't want to be 60 picks. I don't want to be 60 spots past ADP.
Yeah, I get that.
In my rankings, just because I have to bake in more that I'm wrong. But, like, I will never take Gadsden in a startup. I just won't do it.
And you know what?
Even if he fell to me in the 10th and he's the best player on my board,
One day, when he puts on the gold jacket and you're the one handing him the gold jacket because you're actually the commissioner of the NFL, he's going to look
That'd
you in
be
the
pretty cool.
eye and say, I did it because you didn't believe in me. So maybe that's
for him then,
all
man.
the motivation
I mean,
he actually needed.
Good for him.
Guys, we appreciate you so much being here. We are going to jump to some trade question now. The Hera League is going to keep drafting. I just want to say thank you to everybody for letting Sammy and I be a part of it. And we'll kind of check in on them periodically. We're going to get into some trade questions. Again, I'm not trying to push this, but this is your last chance to enter today's giveaway. Again, if you want to enter the giveaway, all you have to do is like the stream, then type the code word. We're going to give away 3 trade question vouchers. The code word is Orion. And that's because we did just release a brand new league on landleagues.com that you can be a part of. Obviously, have to be a land member. So you can check that out in the pinned comment of the chat. But this is your last chance to get us up to 200 subs. We're at 122. I do appreciate the effort, honestly. Like we're getting close. We got close, but probably not going to get to 200 today. But if you want to take a 5 seconds, there's 260 people in the chat. So like mathematically, it does add up that if you guys want a team playbook that much, if you really want a customized review, if you want that to be added to the giveaway today, mathematically we should be able to do it. But no pressure either way. If you take 5 seconds, go subscribe there. If we reach 200 subs, I will go ahead and add a playbook into the giveaway. What's up, David? He says, hi from Italy. Wild Avalanche on my TV. You're live on my phone. 3 a.m. here in Milan. Great night. Go Wild. Well,
Let's do it, man. Heck
appreciate you for being here. And hopefully you don't have work tomorrow. Okay, let's look at some trade questions here. Starting off with Nate. And if you guys want to submit a trade question, I'll put a link in the chat for you. It'll be the same link as the Get Your Team Reviewed Tonight link. All right, so when you open that link tree, there'll be options to become a member. There'll be options to submit trade questions, get playbooks, like get the team reviews. There's a bunch of different options there. So, okay. Let's go ahead and let's look at Nate. 12-team Superflex start 10. He's sending away here Chase and Lad McConkey to get back Travion and Rice. This is pretty even trade for me. While I do have Travion ranked higher than Chase Brown, they're in the same tier. While I do have Rice ranked higher than Lad McConkey, they're in the same tier. I think this is one of those things that a calculator can't perfectly take into account. Like, again, if you guys look at my rankings, I'm pretty confident that I'm not lying to you. Let me see if I am. So my running back rankings, yes, Henderson and Chase Brown in the same tier. So that means there's not some huge gap for me between 12 and 17. I have them valued the same exact way. You look at my wide receiver rankings, Rice and Ladd. Okay, so I do have Rice in a tier above Ladd. So that's probably where, the difference is going to be for me. Might lean that side with Rashee Rice, but it's very close. Do you have a strong opinion on it either way?
I think, it's funny. I'm like way Rice over Ladd, I think.
Okay.
And I'm pretty firmly Chase Brown over Travion, but I think I lean the Rice side here because best player.
So overall, I think it's a pretty even deal, but for me, Rice moves it, and I think same for Sammy. We'll take the Rice side of it. Danik here with the trade. He would send away Shuck, Genty, London, Rice, the 103 and the 203 to get back Bryce, Ken, JSN, Dobbs, the 104 and the 107. So breaking this down piece by piece, I like that you're tearing down from the 103 because they don't make a difference for me depending on what pick you have there. So let's remove those. That's a wash. If we look at Jackson, Smith, and Jigba, hard to quantify JSN. I think the best way to do that is probably saying Genty London. Is that a fair way to quantify? Or maybe Genty Rice or Genty Shuck?
I was gonna say JSN Ken for Genty London. No.
I'd be pretty strong JSN Ken over Genty London.
Okay. Then maybe
just because JSN's a clear best player.
Yeah, that's true. I think, okay, well, what if you add Shuck Bryce Young to that?
Okay, yeah. So let's call that a wash then, right?
Yeah.
So then Shuck, Genty London versus Bryce, Ken, JSN. So what you're left with is Rashee Rice and the 203 or Dobbs and the 107.
Which I hate.
And I do hate that. I know that's not a perfect way to look at it, but with a trade that has so many pieces, we're trying to kind of break it down piece by piece. And I kind of agree. I don't like the Rasheed loss there.
Like, genuinely for me, like, I think that Genty could easily be in this Gibbs-Bijan tier in a year's time, and that's going to be right in line with Jason's value.
I kind of agree, but what if we did a counter where we got Jamison, removed Dobbs? I think that feels better to me. Like
immediately, I like that
the
better.
Jamison and Rice move instead of like going to Dobbs, or you remove the 107 and the 203 from the deal. That's another option.
That makes it worse for you, though. We were getting the 107.
Sorry, you're right. I apologize. Add that back on. I almost said I have pregnancy brain, but I'm just sick. I'm not pregnant. Happy to report. I'm just trying to find ways that we could,
Hey guys, we enjoyed the Goff pick, not that much.
Yeah. Man. Yeah, trying to find a way to
I like getting JMO here.
Yeah.
I think getting JMO here makes me feel better about because it's really those three main studs in the middle here. Ken, JMO, Jameson for Genty, London, Rice. That's the main, genuinely, I don't think I want to be buying JSN at this huge, enormous peak after an insane efficiency season.
Sure.
You're paying peak Jamar Chase prices.
Yeah.
And I think that
if we could get off of AJ Brown somehow. Could you include AJ Brown in this and get back Ricky Pearsall in a first? That would be pushing it to its absolute extent. But if not, I think that's a pretty fair trade that we've come up with. You're my boy, Blue. 12-team start 10 Superflex. They would send away Stroud, Henderson, and Charbonnet for Hampton. Pretty comfortably doing this myself. I am worried that Charbonnet is moving to dead asset territory. I'm not claiming he is. He's my RB38, but I think people are way overestimating when he's going to be back this year. Again, I'm not a doctor, but logically, history is not on the side of him returning in the first 4 weeks like everybody's saying. I'm pretty comfortable to take the Hampton side of this. And
me too.
He would be starting if you made this deal. Herbert, Stafford for now, Mendoza on the bench, then Gibbs, Hampton, Pickens, Collins. He's got so much depth. Kraft, Laporta. Yeah, you've got more than enough depth to make a move like this, man. I think this is some good consolidation, so we'll take
me
Hampton.
Too. I love my boy Amarian.
Young God here. Superflex start 11. He would send away. There's no way. Why is this so close, Sammy? This makes no. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I was reading.
What do you mean?
I was reading Jadarian Price. I'm an idiot.
Again, Zach, you are having a day.
I'm not pregnant.
You are having. Do you need to sit? Do you need to lay down?
Actually, I am standing up right now on the desk, so I will take the desk down and take a seat. What do you think about this, though?
I mean, I think that this is genuinely this is insane that this is possible. This is a year ago. We were touting the man on the right as the next Lamar Jackson. You're buying Lamar Jackson at 24 years old. Okay? Yep. He has one injured season, and now we can trade him for a guy who's never played in the NFL before. I like Jeremiah Love, man, but holy smokes.
Yeah, the thing is, his team is pretty bad across the board. So I'm not claiming we should go one direction or the other because these are both really good young assets to build around.
Yeah, I don't even care.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine with this. Yeah, I mean, do I feel better about Daniels or Love for the next 3 years? Probably Daniels based off what we've seen, but that doesn't mean I don't see either of these guys being outside of the 2 rounds of a startup in the next 3 years. But I'm fine to take Daniels there. What I would explore, I know this will sound weird, but I would probably explore first if you could tear off of Love right? Like, I'm thinking, is there a Godfather offer where you get 3 firsts and Jadarian Price, or, you know, because your team is quite bad. I'm going to be honest with you.
Sure,
So,
I don't hate the idea of trying to get a haul in terms of like the rebuild angle.
yeah, because right now this is
But
putting points on your team no matter what with 2 good players. But
yeah,
that's how I would probably do it. But if that's not possible, then Daniels I would be happy to take.
yeah, like I'm biting your hand off for this.
Yeah. Duke, one quarterback, 12 teams start 8. He's sending away Wilson, Pierce, Gadsden, for 2 firsts and a second for Jefferson and Brian Thomas.
2028 firsts.
A lot of like pieces that shouldn't move a needle like the other pieces do. What do I mean by that? Love Wilson, doesn't move the needle for me. Same with Alec Pierce, same with Gadsden, same with the second. I mean, this is, in my opinion, quite an affordable Jefferson ad.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a contender and you're going to be competing for the next few years, like what is his roster looking like?
So if he made this move, he'd be starting Daniels, then Hampton, Cook. He would be starting at receiver Amon-Ra Jefferson.
He's got Henry on the bench, Quinshawn, London, Neighbors.
Tight end's not great, but you could figure that out, and then he's got some great depth. So
like you're a perennial contender. This is too cheap in my opinion for these guys.
Yeah, I'm fine to grab Jefferson there.
This is easy for me. This is really easy.
Great job. You're my boy Blue back with a super flex start team. He says, does this make sense? I'd lose the stack with Nico. I'd get the Goff Gibbs stack, have Herbie, Stafford, and Mendoza. Let's see. I mean, I don't see a reason why you wouldn't rather have Goff. If we're playing Dynasty in a 2 to 3 year window, seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah, I'm going Goff as well. This seems very easy to me. Duke is in the chat.
We'll take Goff, Blue, by the way. We'll easily take Goff.
Yeah.
I'll just say, like, regardless of what your stack looks like or your team looks like, Goff is more valuable. You can make post moves after the trade anyway. But
Duke in the chat said that he already took the trade. It was 228 and 129, so it was 3 firsts.
Okay. It was really like it's same idea. You know, it's interesting to add the context onto it. Now it's really 3 firsts that are the most valuable. Everything else is basically worth a second, and you could combine 6 seconds, and I'd probably prefer a first round pick in a 1 quarterback start 8. So,
what is it? He's saying, look, I'm looking at the chat, Duke. What are you alerting us to? Wrong team? What do you mean?
Wrong team. Okay. So this is not your team on the left?
I hope you remember what this team looked like on my first review. So this isn't your team?
Or is it your team on the right? Because there may be some issue with the teams linking then.
That was fixed, though. I don't think that there should be anything.
What's your team name in this league, Duke? Is it not Like a Good Neighbors? Is that not your team name? I'm going to be honest. Duke, I probably am not going to be able to remember what your team name was, just in the spirit of transparency. A lot of team names that come through the streams. What's your team name here, Duke?
That second team had Jefferson.
My team is
Brock.
Okay, so why would that be happening, Sammy?
No idea. Team Brock. Is there a team named Brock?
So his team is not showing up at all. It's got Herbert and Genty Love HN, and there's not a team.
No, but that's Bowers. That says Bowers.
It's showing
right?
Herbert and Daniels on the same team, and they're not on the same team, I don't think, are they? No, they're not.
Does he mean his team is Brock Purdy? His team isn't named Brock? What is going on? My team is Brock. Neither. Bowers loves. Okay, his team is the Bowers team.
Yeah. So It says that he has Daniels and Lawrence, but they're not on the same team in this league.
Maybe the trade happened because the team updates, but the trade is frozen.
Yeah, but it also says he has Hampton, Cook, Judkins, Henry, and he clearly doesn't. He's got Genty, Love, Achan, Williams. Henry. It's not even close. So we need to.
Yeah, because it's pulling like a good neighbors. It's not pulling Bowers.
Yeah.
So is the trade info correct though, Duke?
Sammy's gonna write this down for you, Duke. He's gonna get this fixed so it doesn't happen to anyone else. But we just need to make sure we ask you the right questions. Apologies for the confusion there. Overall, I would still have the same response. I like the move. You know, you now have Lawrence, Darnold, Genty, Love, Jefferson, Pickens, Brock Bowers, and then you need 3 flexes. Or actually, sorry, it's a 1 quarterback start 8. So that actually works out way better for you. You don't need an extra quarterback too. Lawrence, Genty, Love, Jefferson, Pickens, Bowers, Achan, Wilson, Williams, and then your last flex can be between Tate, Thomas. That's a good team. Lacks a little bit of depth, but if you ever needed to tier down for depth, you know, if an injury occurred, you have so many tier downable names in Genty, Love, Jefferson, Bowers. So, yeah.
I'm thinking, Zach, it might be the issue here might be that it was the trade went through before we saw the question. So it's now trying to find what teams these players are on when they've moved.
Right.
Which it should still pull. Yeah,
but it still doesn't make sense why none of these teams are his. He's traded for Jefferson and Thomas. Why are none of these teams showing his?
Yeah.
If we can make a note, maybe put it in the site.
I'm messaging with the dev right now.
Okay. But I appreciate you, Duke, and apologies that there was a little bit of a glitch there on the site. Fantasy Architect has a trade question. They also have a review, so I just want to quickly see if this is attached to their review. This is a Superflex Start 9. This is a Superflex Start 9. This is no Titan Premium. This is a Premium. And I don't think this is the same team for him. So, yeah, I think I can answer this one. Yes, I can answer this one. It's a different league. Okay, would you send away Jefferson for Lab McConkey in early 27 first? It's a pretty...
It's truly early. This is the exact tear down I'd be looking for off Jefferson, I think.
I agree. Yeah, if it's truly early, I'd be fine to make this move. You're not the strongest contender out there anyway. Yeah, there's a lot of holes in that lineup. So if it's truly an early first, yes. But this team getting him back, it's not safe to call that an early first when he has Herbert, Goff, Gibbs, and you're going to add Jefferson to a roster, Thomas, Warren, unless it's not his. So if it's actually from this team, you probably need more. You know, I'd probably ask for another first and give him back like Jaden Higgins or something, or Gadsden or Strange, you know. But if it's truly a early first, then I'm fine to take it.
Because we now have the mid and the late on the site, so you can do any of them.
Yeah. DeSawyer sending away Genty, getting back 3 firsts and a second. It's a 12-team start 9. Superflex start 9. So your team is a little bit up in the air. Certainly wouldn't be like the best team in your league. Not the strongest receiver room. Not a lot at running back outside of the Genty, Judkins, Jacobs, which is a good 3. This is pretty equivalent value. Again, like if it's truly an early 27 first, this is a no-brainer. If all these firsts were late, it would be a mistake. That's what I'm trying to say here, right?
Like, I completely agree with that.
These were all late first. You're going to regret this. If there's a couple early and a couple mid in there, then it's probably fair value.
If they're all projecting late and like I'm a rebuilder and it makes no sense for me to roster Genty, which like I get if you're in that situation, I'd be fine with it, I think.
Yeah.
But in this situation, like I don't see this, like if it's 3 late first, I don't see it being enough value for me to move off of them. Now, if it's truly early, like we said, that early 27 first is going to have a ton of value.
Yeah, one idea I had as a counter is just adding the 102 and removing that mid to late 28 first in the second. So it's 3 first, but you're guaranteeing the 102. You know?
I feel better about that, yeah.
But yeah, hopefully that's helpful. Walk on is sending away Dak for Rome. Dak Prescott for Rome. It's a 10-team start 11. If he moves on from Dak, he's got no reliable quarterback 2. Really, you're relying on Malik. I don't love that. At the same time, I do prefer Rome over Dak. And it's a start 11.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I'm a big Dak guy. I'd be happy holding him here, honestly. If you're a contender, I don't see the need to do this. But, yeah.
He's got to start 11. He's got no RB2 either of us are going to like this year.
He's also got no QB2, right? Like,
yeah. I wouldn't say he's a strong contender. So I'd probably go with the younger piece.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair as well.
We'll take Rome, but it's close. Champlin 30 here. Rick wants me to answer his offline, which I can do. Do you want me to? I can read it and then DM you the answer, maybe.
Yeah.
Champlin receiving. They're sending away Marvin, Gadsden, and a first for Brock Bowers. It's a tight end premium. It's a 12-team start 11. This like seems pretty doable for Bowers for me.
I like the value of the consolidation here. I just need to make sure that I'm not like sending my first and losing all my depth.
So you would have Daniels, Goff, Brees, Scat, Rice, Thomas, Bowers. That would be your top 6. You have to start 5 more names, which would be
no.
Devonta.
We would need 4 more.
Is that right?
4 more, yeah, would make 11.
Well, regardless,
Devonta, Parker, Washington.
Even when you add Jeremiah Love, you're definitely
Jeremiah Love
struggling.
I don't think his team is ready to send its 27 first, unfortunately.
No. Like, you already can't fill out your flexes. You have to anticipate some injuries. I think this is a dangerous move just simply because that could be an early first if things go wrong for you. Yeah. I mean, imagine your team has the same year it had last year. Daniels will not be available. Brees will be injured or bad. Scatterbu will be injured. Rice won't be available. Thomas will be bad.
The guy you're trading for.
Yeah, could be injured. There's too many things that can go wrong to do this, I think.
Yeah.
But
I agree.
Overall, from a value perspective, Bowers is the best value here. The caveat here is, look, if you're on like a full point premium, you probably can't say no to this. But if it's a half point, then you probably need to hold. And the problem is, even if you make this move and it's a full point premium, you probably need to make more moves again. Because you then need to compete, giving away your first, and your roster is not ready for it. So it's a little bit of a toughie.
I mean, I'd say, how can we tear off of Bowers?
Yeah, exactly. So we're not going to give any reaction here. But the question is Njoku or a third in 2027. And I'll send my answer to Rick right now.
He just said it's a full point premium. I'm DMing you my answer.
Okay, well,
that you can relay to him if he feels so inclined. Rick is my boy. Rick likes to hang out with the streams in the stream with me on Saturday nights as well.
Full point premium, is that right?
Full point premium, you said. I didn't write that much.
Yeah, well, you know, that's good. You still got a lot to learn. I'm just kidding. Obskyle, Superflex start 9. He says, have value stacked and want to tier up. Is this too much? Sending away Ward, Olave in the 102 for a Monra and a 27 first. If he made this move, he'd start May, Burrow, Genty, Ghost RB2, Amon-Ra Neighbors. Then he would start Loveland at tight end. He only has to start
deep at wide receiver.
He only has to start 3 more names, or is it 2 more names?
He can start 4 wide receivers.
He's got the 101 with Jeremiah Love, which will be his RB2.
And he's got Neighbors, Lamb, Tet, Garrett Wilson, Amon-Ra. Was it Achan he has with Jeremiah Love?
He had Genty
and Jeremiah Love. So, I mean, you're like set everywhere besides like RB3.
Yeah, Ward is definitely expendable here.
I think that, like, I view Olave 102, if that first is like a playoff team or like a fringe playoff team, I think that like Olave 102 for Amon-Ra in that first is probably, I lean the Amon-Ra first side, and then Cam.
Yeah.
You got to
pay
up for the
only way you regret that
sometimes.
is if that first ends up being like the 1, 10, 11, 12 or something. And Tate breaks out and you miss out on the Tate
But at the same
breakout.
time, can you now not use this pick to like maneuver during the season and get a running back?
Yeah.
Like who else does he have?
To.
Can we get a running back instead of the pick?
Henderson, Harvey, tough to bet on them as a contender right now.
Okay, yeah, no. Yeah, but I'm fine getting the first, and then we can just maneuver. Like, this pick is going to have value until the season starts.
Yeah.
Right? Like, pretty big value before we see where these teams are finishing. So, like, I'm happy to sort of take him on the first, and then...
Given the team, Ward is very expendable, and I think it makes sense for you to go get Amon-Ra and kind of get the guaranteed points. Not to say that Olave is not guaranteed points, but a couple other trades came through here. Bobby Knops. I'm Bobby Mom. 10-team Superflex start 12. Big lineup. Sending away Achan, Olave, Waddle to get back Kyler and Neighbors. I do like Kyler. This seems like a pretty aggressive price to me. I don't know. In a start 12.
This is real. Yeah, like, I really like Kyler, but I also really like Waddle. You don't need a quarterback.
Yeah, you don't need a
Dak,
quarterback.
Stroud. Yeah, no, I'm not doing this. I don't think you need a quarterback. I don't think you need to send wide receiver depth. Give Saquon there. And you said it was a start 11 or start 12?
Well, a counter would be removing Achan and Kyler and then adding something to the Olave Waddle to get to Neighbors. Like adding a Michael Wilson, adding a Travis Hunter, Chuba Hubbard, something along those lines. But right now, maybe a first and second round pick swap. But right now, I think it's probably a little bit too aggressive for, I just don't like it. Maybe if this was a start 9, I'd have a different opinion. But a start 12, I think, a little too aggressive. WLH would send away Mahomes, Walker, Higgins, and a third to get back Love, Tootin, Thomas, and a late first. You might hate me. I've got Higgins and Brian Thomas in the same tier. So, as much as I love Brian Thomas, I find it hard to pay too much on top of that. And then I would probably be willing to pay Love and Tootin for Mahomes straight up. Like, let's call that equivalent value.
Yeah, I don't like this at all.
And then the question is a late first and Barner or Walker and a third. I'm not a big fan of this either, yeah. Like, what's a counter? Maybe we remove Walker.
Well, yeah, I'm also seeing that we might have an issue here with the teams that it's pulling.
Is there some issue with the team?
Well, it says that they're both named Wallpaper.
Okay, clearly that's an issue.
So unless these two guys both name their team the same thing.
Imagine the entire league is just Wallpaper.
What's the username here?
WLH6721. There's definitely something going on, man, across the site with these questions. Look, but overall, Wyatt says it was fighting me to put them in. What do you mean by that,
What do you
Wyatt?
mean by that?
But
What do you mean by that?
what do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
But look, overall, like, even if I don't look at your team, this is just there's way too much value on the left side.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, maybe if you remove Kin, it makes more sense, but
Like, it seems like you're paying you're getting a first to downgrade huge in 2 spots and then swap Higgins for BTJ.
yeah, it's not a good move in my opinion. Okay. Let's do the giveaway. What did we reach 200 on the Shorts channel? Did we do it? We reached 126. It was a valiant effort from everyone.
It was close.
Okay. We did not reach it, but we will still be giving away 3 trade question vouchers, and there are 69 eligible entries today. So thank you for everybody for entering. We'll have 3 winners here, and let's go ahead and find our 3 winners of the day. Winner number 1. What's behind door number 1?
It is
S. Goodman, as in Saul Goodman 618. Which
the Saul Goodman? No way. There's no way. That's not him, right?
That show. I love that show.
Dude, that show is incredible.
What a goated show. Connor 3792 is our second winner. And our last winner of the day to win a trade question voucher is going to be Lost Cause 2493. If you won today, if you're one of our 3 winners, there's my Discord username on the screen in your top left. All I need from you, send me a screenshot of your YouTube account so I can verify yourself and tell me your Flock Fantasy username. And if you don't have a Flock Fantasy account yet, create one for free, but make sure you use the promo code LAND, L-A-N-D, at sign up. That way I can find you on the back end of the site. Okay. Appreciate y'all being here, hanging out. Let's jump into some team reviews here.
Let's do it.
First one, actually, let me make sure we've got no priority or pro passes. We've got a pro pass here. So let me get to the pro pass first. You guys can submit some team playbooks tonight if you'd like to get your team reviewed. Very simple way is by using the promo code LAND. Best bang for your buck is to become an annual Mother Flocker member. That will give you a free voucher through the site anyway. But you can also use the a la carte store and buy a team review a la carte if you remember a different promo code or you've already used your voucher as a member. But definitely check out the link in the pinned comment if you'd like to, get into the stream. What's up? What did I miss? Sorry.
I was gonna say John is letting us know in the chat that it is still his birthday.
It is still Papa John's birthday, so let's give a big shout out to Papa John.
Happy birthday to John. Love the pizza.
Okay.
Don't love the didn't he get canceled, Papa John?
Did he?
Something happen there?
What did Papa John do, man? Can all of our goats growing up please stop getting canceled? Can you please just be normal people?
I think he said something really bad.
Oh god.
Yep. Yeah, he was forced out as chairman in July 2018 after admitting to using a racial slur during a conference call.
Come on, guys. Let's just be good people.
And
Damn
it
it,
wasn't
Papa.
like it wasn't.
Remember what you represented.
Yeah, it was a bad one.
It was a bad slur. So it was like, there are some that are good, some that are okay.
Well, no,
this one was a bad one though. I can promise you guys.
There are some that are like normalized, you know, and that we're starting to try and weed out more.
Right.
This one has always been bad. This is one of those ones.
Okay. This one's like, it's always been too far.
Well, there was a time, but it is too far.
Okay. Unfortunately, I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay, we've got a Superflex 12-team start 10, and this one is from Dan, and Dan did buy the Pro Pass, which is our third tier option. If you become a member, you can upgrade to it. If you're going to buy a la carte, you can upgrade to it. But essentially, what the Pro Pass does is it doubles your playbooks. It gives you 2 playbooks for a small upgradable fee, I guess is the best way to say it, maybe. So I'm going to go ahead and give you your free voucher now to come back and submit another one. Only caveat there is when you buy a Pro Pass, you can't turn the voucher you get from a Pro Pass into another Pro Pass. But we got Dan here, Superflex 12-team start 10 with a tight end premium. It looks like he is team number 10. It's a little bit far down the rankings there, but you want to read out that team for us and we'll get started.
Yeah, so it's a start 10. This is your standard. We're going to be starting Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray. At running back, we're going to be starting Travion Henderson, as well as probably, I think like Aaron Jones probably goes in there right now. George Pickens, Jalen Waddle at wide receiver. Kyle Pitts is our tight end, and then we need 3 more. So it's going to be Devonta Smith, Chris Godwin, and Jaden Reed. We have our own 27 picks, all of them. We have all of our 28 picks, which is nice. But we're quite a few steps away here from I think competing.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you there. Interesting team. You don't have any untouchables. It would just be your future first. I wouldn't really move your future first. You can hold names like Rodriguez on your running backs, Brazzle, Bell, Surratt, those rookie wide receivers that we want to kind of see develop. If you need to drop some names, look, not everybody's going to agree with me, but I think Leggett is cuttable. I don't really know why you would hold on to him anymore. Keon Coleman seems very cuttable to me. On the waiver wire, there isn't really anybody that I'm aggressively going out there and wanting to add to my team. I don't think this is a true contender. You have contending assets, but I really don't think you're going to beat the teams at the top of your league. You seem quite weak across the board. You can fill a lineup, but it's a quite weak lineup. So I personally think you're not a serious contender, which would make me want to punt this year and try and sell off some of these valuable contending assets. I am glad you have your future picks, but I don't think this is a very, very good team. I'm probably going to lean... This feels very much C- to me. Overall.
Yeah, lacking like any elite assets is tough. Not enough depth to compete. And I think I agree with you with the punt strategy. I think you want to try and get a few extra picks. And the next offseason, like this doesn't have to be a full rebuild, of course. It could just be a like the thing says, it's a 1-year punt, and then next offseason you maneuver the rookie draft to move towards more of a competitive window.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of your sells are probably going to be best capitalized on if you wait till the season begins and players start kind of scoring points. There's a couple names that you could try and move right now. But again, just kind of trying to take an account of what you currently have. I would say right now, Waddle is really the only guy I think you could aggressively get a good price at because he's kind of in a new situation. It's fun to think about, if you can get a mid-future first for Jalen Waddle from any team, it could be 28 or 27, then, I think you would you would be pretty happy with that. We could also look at contending teams and see if they have young players that we like. Is would you do like an Omar Cooper with the first team and something like Omar Cooper in a 27 second?
Potentially. I don't hate it. I also think that Devonta Smith could see a jump with the AJ Brown trade.
Yeah, that's true.
Because everybody talks about how it's baked in, and then it actually happens, and then skyrockets.
Reacts, yeah.
And by the way, somebody said in the chat, no 2026 picks is unfortunate. The draft already happened.
Yeah. They've already kind of made some picks, but they didn't have any impact picks, I would say.
That's true, actually. Yeah, it's Carson Beck is like the highest value player here.
Would it be? Yeah, Beck, Brazel, Bell, Surratt. Yeah, I like the idea of trying to get Omar there in a pick. Obviously, in an ideal world, you'd actually do something like Omar Cooper and their 28 first for Waddle and, who are we trying to sell here? Aaron Jones, something along that line.
Sure. Yeah, I don't mind that.
But whatever contender is willing to give you a first round value, that's, probably where you're going to go. I don't imagine you get to a burden, but another idea is, can you go younger and take some risk and go Brian Thomas, and add him instead on a rebuild? I know Sammy would like that. Same thing with Mekhi Lemon, right? Like, if you can get younger and get unproven, I'm not going to say burden because he's going to cost too much, but that's kind of the two ways you could go about there. But in season for Jalen Hurts, I would say at minimum, you want 2 future early to mid firsts if you're gonna sell him.
Yeah. Or here's ideal for me, right? Like maybe the Mendoza team.
Sure.
Like Mendoza isn't starting in week 5, and they're like losing more games than they want, and you get Mendoza in a first, or Cam starts off slow.
Yeah.
In the new offense, and you get Cam in a first.
Right.
But I would love to sell Jalen Hurts now. The reality is that I am so high on him that I don't think that there's a world in which he's not more valuable once he's scoring top 5 points every week.
I completely agree. That's why I was like, I think you should sell Hurts, but right now he's so disrespected in the community. There's not a world where if I had Hurts, I'm not at least requiring 2 firsts back for him. And I don't think that's the community consensus right now. So that's why I'm saying wait till in season. Then when he's scoring 19 to 22 points per game, people are going to be like, oh, yeah, I am willing to pay up for the guy who's going to help me win a championship. So right now, people, they just operate differently in season versus off season. We know that. But Dan, I appreciate you big time, my friend. You've had a lot of playbooks. Keep coming back to the well, and you keep supporting the channel, and I appreciate that greatly. But I just want to give a big thank you to you. You will get your playbook in the next 3 to 4 business days. So I appreciate you big time for showing some love to the stream, and we probably will move on to our next review here. Okay. That was a fun one. Let's now kind of go down the line. We've got no other priority passes. Yes. Okay. Okay. So Asiano, however you say that, I'm probably saying it wrong. Fudgin. I don't even know what I'm saying there. I don't know if I'm, earlier we talked about Papa John getting in trouble. I don't know what I'm saying here. So I'm just going to call you FS here. FS, and you are currently ranked 7th in this league.
Good PR move by you, by the way.
Right? I'm starting to get PR trained. We saw, unfortunately, our boy Mason Dodd trying to get taken down. So, got to work on my PR.
Justice won, though. Justice won. Thank goodness. I'm
not going to even dive down that train. There's so much I could say, but best not to. Okay, 10-team, Sammy. Superflex start 9. 10-team Superflex start 9. Do you want to read out
smaller league, smaller lineup? Yeah, let's do it. Absolutely. So we're starting Joe Burrow and Malik Willis. We are starting Josh Jacobs, DeAndre Swift, CeeDee Lamb, Rashi, Tokyo Drift, Rice, Kyle Pitts is our tight end, and then 2 more. It's gonna be Garrett Wilson and Marv. We have 2 27 firsts. We have a 27 second and a third. The second isn't ours. We have our 28 first. This team is like, it's in really good shape in terms of trying to compete this year. Like, you're really only lacking a better QB2 and then running back depth. But you have Ramondre, who I think will be startable. I think this is pretty darn solid in a 10-teamer.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not going to blow your socks off.
One thing I do think is important to mention is he doesn't have his own 27 first. So while he has two, that neither of them are his, that's pretty instantly, as many of you know, going to put me in this windows open type of mindset where
I mean, this team anyways, like,
it's a pretty good team.
This team anyways, you'd be trying to compete with the assets you got.
So again, thinking about his team, it's Burrow, Malik, Jacobs, Swift, Lamb, Rice, Pitts, Wilson, Marvin. That's his lineup right now.
Yeah.
Running backs are pretty weak. But overall, I mean, this isn't like the best team I've ever seen, but it's not a bad team. I kind of feel like B- range. It's not a bad team at all.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, you're in a perfectly fine spot, but we aren't like insanely excited about it. You know,
I do think Mark Andrews should be off the waiver wire onto your team.
We got Oscar Delp over Mark Andrews.
I like Oscar Delp, but we got to compete right now. I think you need
I'd
to
pick
add
up
Mark
David
in.
Njoku over Justin Jolie.
Mac Jones is worth picking up. I think as much as I like McGowan and Eli Heidenreich
and Marshawn Lloyd,
I'm probably dropping those guys to make room. But let's think about this. If we're trying to compete right now, what we really need is we need another running back. Just we don't have enough depth there, and I think we should probably use one of those picks. Cinnamon Toast fuck is the team name. Or Mean Machine.
Could it be you're not zooming out far enough? What if it's like Cinnamon Toast?
No, I was right.
I'm trying to.
It's Cinnamon Toast fuck, yeah.
That's a really good team name. They hate cereal as much as us, Zach. Cinnamon Toast.
Sean, I don't really give out team grades based off of what someone's ranked on in the Flock site. There's a lot of different factors that go into where people are ranked on the Flock site. But yeah, I mean, B- seems fair for this team.
This team could win the league this year.
Yeah. Now,
I don't think you can go much lower than that.
The Cinnamon Toast fuck guy, which his team name, not mine, definitely has a great team. I think we can move this pick. This pick is going to be
Does he
late.
want it back? Yeah.
I would give it to him for Javonte. Javonte instantly came to mind.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I'm gonna say Cinnamon Toast.
There's a nice range.
Right.
There's a nice range of running backs here. I can't get over this team name. There's a nice range of running backs that I think are worth.
I don't want to adopt it, but
CT,
like the name's
CTF
incredible.
it's an awesome acronym. Yeah, no, but there's like a really nice range of running backs that I think would all be considered for 127 first.
Yeah, so like
you're
probably on the range. Chase Brown, Javonte, Breece Hall,
Kyron.
I'm a little bit up and down on.
Maybe
I
you
have
want
other preferences just because I think
What about Bucky?
Blake's going to get more and more involved. Bucky.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You freaking love Blake.
I
Corum.
do love Blake Corum. I'm sorry. Cam.
Bucky, you're there. Cam.
Then you could
Jadarian
go
Price.
Travion.
Jadarian Price is interesting.
Yeah, Jadarian.
Like, I think he helps you. It's hard to think about it as a rookie, like, because he's a rookie, but I mean, he should be the starter and he should help you in year one.
Obviously, we would do Ken Walker. Someone put Walker. I just think he's going to cost more than that. So if you can do a first and a second.
I'm interested to look at the Ken Walker, James Cook team and just see what, like, if we can do like a Ken Walker with a first and we get like a downgrade from Marv or something.
This team's pretty complete. Don't think they're going to be that interested.
And we don't really have anything for him to upgrade.
Yeah. How about James? James Cook. The one thing I was gonna say, and again, I'm sorry, I'm putting a throat lozenge in. I'm trying my best to keep the streams going while I'm trying to get through this sickness. What do you think about a
There's a
Lamb
boy I like
move?
here.
I'm thinking.
Lamb.
Let me know what you think about this. So we send CD Lamb plus DeAndre Swift. We get back Devon Achane plus Chris Olave, and we send that first, and we ask back for a second. What do you think?
Okay.
Now,
I like it.
Doesn't fix the RB2 spot for us. That's
So
where
here's what I
where
would
it goes
say.
wrong.
Here's what I would do instead. I would do CD Lamb. Is he gonna want to give up his only RB3? Like, is he gonna? We can try it. We might as well try it. CD for like James Cook and Jamison Williams.
Ooh, that's fun. Yeah, I like that a lot. Alternatively, I'd rather
Jameis is
do
wide receiver 2. Like he might look at this as like
Olave.
I get to get a wide receiver 1 instead of. I mean, if he'll do Olave, obviously, but
and we send a second. Kind of that
Sure.
proverbial tear down. You know, if you can convince him in it, maybe you have to add Ramondre.
This our buddies in the chat, I think.
Yes, this must be not Sora. This must be his team.
Is it, or is he just commentating? Because he was talking about the last review.
Oh,
as well.
he
Is
might
this
just
you,
be
not
hanging
Sora?
out. He might just be hanging out. You're right.
Yeah, I think he's just helping us.
But
He doesn't have a 27 first, so yeah,
I
he
think
would be going all in
between
there.
these moves, if you just add one of these names or do one of these moves,
Yeah,
you're chilling, man.
we
It's
got
a
you,
good
not
team.
Sora.
But again, you know, imagine Chase Brown. Now your lineup being Joe Burrow, Malik Willis, Chase Brown, Josh Jacobs.
Is there like a quarterback? Like, would you target a quarterback with one of those firsts? Or do you want to sort of like wait until like the wheels fall off with Malik and then
I'd wait till the
do
wheels
it?
fall off, hold that first, that
Okay.
other first that we
Yeah.
have, and then address it in season if we have to.
I like it. Pick up
Appreciate
Mac
you, man.
Jones also. Please pick up Mac Jones.
Yes, Mac Jones should be picked up. I concur. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for letting us look at the squad. MJK is next here. What's up, MJK?
JK.
Team name is Crashing Commissions Tesla, which is super unique. I don't think I've heard that one
That's
before.
awesome. Crashing Amishes.
I don't think I've heard that.
Tesla.
It's a 14-team league, Sammy. And
Start 8.
It's a start.
Everybody just
8.
throwing curse words in their team names, eh?
Yeah, Cinnamon Toast Fuck will go down all the time for me.
Cinnamon Toast Fuck is incredible. That's so good.
Yeah, we're not going to upgrade quarterback right now. We mentioned that we will keep our first and do that in season if we need to. But MJK here says, won the chip 2 years ago, and last year the slowest starts for Ramondre Chase Brown really hurt. Don't help that I was second in points against. I have the picks 102 and the 111. I'm trying to trade up from the 111. Appreciate the review. Any thoughts? What should I do? Happy to help. So, let's see. We are currently in a 14-team league, ranked 9th out of 14. And we will be able to do a war room here, which will be fun.
That's fun. And he is trying to trade up. He said he was trying to trade up from the 111. So
Okay.
So we can look into that.
Okay, great.
So yeah, this is a start 8, you said?
This is a one quarterback start 8.
Okay. So we're starting Justin Herbert, Chase Brown and Ramondre, Jamar Chase, Alec Pierce, TJ Hawkinson, and then Mike Evans and our team's namesake, Isaac Tesla. We do have the 102 and the 111. We have our first next year. Yeah, not a ton going on here. It's an okay team.
Yeah.
I think is the best thing I could say.
Some serious plot holes here.
Yeah, I like the 102 is going to add, like, if theoretically that's Carnell Tate, right? That does add a nice wide receiver 2 to this team. But I don't feel good about Ramondre every week, especially with, Henderson on his heels.
Yeah.
You'd then be like starting. Yeah.
The fact that we've got Zach Moss and Elijah Moore even rostered. The fact that we're talking about them.
Will Shipley,
that's a problem.
Jacob Cowing.
So
maybe waivers aren't open and like it's just you gotta wait till the draft.
Those are guys I would drop, by the way. Moore, Moss, Cowing, Shipley, if you need to. Good news is Malik Willis is on the waiver wire. He'd be a good quarterback too. Like I would drop Cousins to get him in a one quarterbacker. And I still think Joe Mixon, we should just leave the light on for him. That's all I'm saying. Just leave the light on for him. Zom, that is awesome, my friend.
Well, see, Zach, if you don't leave the light on for him, he's going to stub his toe.
That's true.
Which would not be good for his foot injury.
So we might as well just give him one more chance, right? This is Burke's year. That's awesome, Zom. Happy for you, man.
Oh,
it's
heck
fun,
yeah,
and just do it for the love of the game. Do it for the love of the game.
Absolutely.
So, untouchables. Jamar Chase and your 27 first. I would hold Hawkinson and McCarthy because they're not worth anything. Okay, main pathway forward. Herbert, Brown, Stevenson, Chase, Pierce, Hawkinson, Evans is tough. You can't even fill out your last flex spot. But you are going to add the 102, 111. Man, this is weird because it's a 14-team league. Like, if he was able to add a running back with the 111 and Tate at the 102, could he compete?
But Zach, like you're like betting on TJ Hawkinson to like do something.
Yeah, you're probably not good enough. I think we're probably going to be looking at a 1-year punt here. I don't know how you feel, but 1-year punt feels
yeah,
right
I don't
me.
see how I don't see how you could maneuver this to compete. I really don't. Like it's tough. I think it's easier to do in a small lineup, right?
Yeah.
But I think you're taking like you'd be splitting the 102 probably. I'm probably like I don't want to tear off Jamar Chase if I'm trying to compete, right? But like you need help. You need you need a running back, you need a tight end, you need a wide receiver.
Yeah.
We can explore.
Option 1 is like throw the kitchen sink at competing. You trade the 102, 111 in your future first to go get running backs and receivers and tight end. I don't like that option. I'd rather trust the process. Well, that's like option 1 where if you go all in.
Sure. If you go all in, yeah.
But then you add, 4 starters from what he has right now. I don't like that. I'd rather punt, so that's the direction we're going to kind of try and take this. I gave you a C- grade. I think that's pretty fair. Considering it's a 14-teamer, I don't want to go any harsher than that. But let's open up the war room here because we do have some rookie picks here. We can come up with a game plan for you. So at the 102, Carnell Tate, if you stick and pick, which is what I would suggest. If you stay at the 111, there's no tight end premium.
It's
but
the
111 is Coleman. Oh, you're right. So I don't think Coleman or Stowers will be there.
No, they should because it would make it a 9-player tier to start.
No, it would make it
a 10-player tier.
Mendoza and Simpson.
Oh, Mendoza and Simpson are gone. So the 111 is the last.
The 111
Coleman, Stowers, Boston.
Would it be? Yeah, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah.
So you're going to be left with Coleman, Stowers, or Boston. Stowers or Boston.
You get one of them. So like it's a nice pick to have in this format. But that sucks. That is so bad.
Not fun. But hopefully you get one of those guys. Otherwise, it will be Boston. I don't really want to trade the 102 unless we do a tear down, which you're a prime candidate for. In a one quarterback, you need to stay in the top 5, however. So
he said he wanted to trade up from the 111 was something he was trying. I'm looking at this, and I have no idea what you would use to do that.
Yeah. I don't think
maybe
you can.
Chase Brown?
Nah.
Maybe the
I'd rather sell
111
him
Chase
exclusively
Brown.
in a different deal. Like, it would have to be something small.
Yeah.
You'd have to tack like Pierce or Evans on top of the pick to move up. And it's only worth it if you move up to the 105 or above. So I don't think it's actually realistic to expect a tier up to happen without you compromising the punt.
Do you think there's any value in trying to go to the 108 and then you get one of the Sadiq, Casey, or Cooper?
Only if you pay minimal. Like, I'm not paying Pierce or Evans to do that.
Yeah. No, I think it'd be like can I do the 302 and the 307 and move from the 111 to the 108?
So in that move, it would be, what do we say, the 111 plus the 302 plus the 307.
307
for the 108.
For the 108.
I'd do that.
Yeah.
I'd also do something simpler where I add Ramondre Stevenson onto the 111, and move up into that tier.
Sure.
I'll show you that on the chalkboard. If you stick and pick at the 111, we've already talked about that. Sorry. Obviously, if you can trade it for any future first, you do so. Yeah, I don't think this is going to get too complicated because we really are just going to kind of pick our guys. So we are, where we're going to explore here in the War Room is trading down from the 102. 103 plus, 104 plus, 105 plus. What could we get in return? Let's start with the 105. That would net you the most in return. Perfect. Can you get the 105 and the 107? That'd be great. Do you have to throw some thirds in there? That's a very easy deal. You don't do it for the 112 though.
Yeah.
That's easy. It makes a ton of sense for you. And yeah, I would do that. That could work out really well. And the 104 does not really have an attractive piece to offer you. I don't see a deal here. I'm not doing it for a third. Don't see anything. Don't think that's actually possible, unfortunately. The 103. I would easily do the 103 and the 108. You could tack on Ramondre there in the thirds or whatever to kind of throw on that deal. I'd also be willing to do the 103 in like 2 seconds and 27 or something small like that. But there's a lot more. The deal with the 105 makes the most sense from a value 100%. Perspective. But I'm gonna post this War Room to the Discord. So if you guys don't know, when you get a War Room, they automatically show up in the War Room tab under the LAN community in the Discord. So you can now download that and save it to your phone if you like. But let's jump into the chalkboard. As we're pursuing this 1-year punt, we've talked about some tier downs or tier ups from the 111. Now, we did talk about tearing down from Jamar Chase.
Yeah, I think he's about to be 27. If we're punting, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, here's a deal. With Mike Evans, this will sound crazy to some people, but in this league, you need a first. And let me tell you why. It's not going to happen now. It will happen in season when he's scoring points, but you need a first because the best second round pick is the 15th best player in a draft in this league. It's a 14-team league. Yeah. You can't be going out and getting the 26th best player for Mike Evans in next year's class. That doesn't make sense. It has to be a first if it's going to be to a contender, because that's essentially going to be a second, right? So but at least you get a little bit of a lottery of maybe that team doesn't do well. But that's going to be more available in season.
And if yeah,
sorry,
and,
let's
and
go to
if
Chase.
not, like I think it's difficult to accept a second for him.
Yeah.
I don't know what you would do in that situation.
No, I don't think it
Like
makes
maybe
sense.
eventually you just have to by the end of the year. Like
Multiple seconds, and they got to be early.
sure.
What if we tear down from Chase? Let's look at some options.
So yeah, I'm thinking. I don't think the Malik Neighbors team is going to want to do that. I'm thinking Drake London
Okay. Let's go London.
as an initial thought.
So London.
I'm thinking.
Man, the 106 is right outside of our range, unfortunately.
That's unfortunate.
It's like London in a first, I don't think is enough for me in a league like this. You know what I mean? Drake London plus 827 first. That's just not enough.
I don't know if anybody's giving. I don't know if you're getting more than that.
That is
Like, I'd be
potentially
shocked if
Drake
somebody was gonna
London
pay more
and
than
the
that.
203. That's just not even close to enough for me. Too much risk.
That'd be the. Yeah. No, it could be the 202 at worst. It's 14 team, right? Yeah.
Well, if the 201 in a 12 team, would that not be the 203?
But you're getting a first. You're not getting the 201.
I'm saying equivalent in a 12 team.
Yeah. So the 114 is the 202. So the worst this could be is the 202.
Right. Okay. Sure. Either way, though,
Yeah.
that would be a devastating outcome for me.
That would be very unfortunate.
So I think you need at least 2 future firsts in a league like this.
Yeah. If it's supposed. I mean, how good is the Drake London team? I guess that would be good to know.
They're pretty good,
They're pretty good.
especially
Yeah.
when you add Chase here. That could be the reason they win.
One quarterback.
How about the Brian Thomas team if it's 3 firsts? Brian Thomas plus 3 future firsts. They have the capital.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, tiny lineup. I guess that has to lean into it.
I think you got to put a big premium on Chase in all leagues, but in this league in particular, you could make a massive mistake.
I'm with you on that. I am with
You
on
know,
that.
if you trade Chase to the champion and you're basically getting a second on top of whatever you do, you know.
Yeah.
Burden or Doomsday would be great. You know, you said they're not going to make that move. You're probably right. And they don't have the capital for a move.
What about
T-Mac?
Tedero McMillan or Igbuka?
Tet McMillan plus 2 future firsts, I would do. You said Igbuka, same thing. I would do
Igbuka
that.
as well. If they have the picks, of course.
Emeka Igbuka. Bang.
Emeka Egbegbu.
And yeah, this is going to be a tough league to move Chase, honestly. With the lack of assets people have. What do you think about
and how, you know,
a lot of these teams don't have draft
these
capital
studs
either.
are like these studs get more important the bigger the league is, right? And they get more important the smaller the lineup is.
Yeah, that's double.
So- It really is.
But it's possible to make a move like this. Chase Brown, this is what's weird is like, would you really sell Chase Brown for 1 first in this league?
No. Not
I don't think
one
I could.
Not a playoff team. Not a playoff team.
So what do we do then?
So I'm trying to send it to like a team that I don't believe in, that maybe believes in himself.
Okay, yeah.
Somebody with some false hope is where I would go with this.
Let's see. Who doesn't have their first? So, like, Giddens. This guy doesn't have his first. That's a problem. We can't even get the first from these bad teams.
Oh, shucks. Doesn't all the teams at the bottom don't have their own picks?
Yeah,
Who has all the picks?
Okay, here's one idea that I had. Like, a Bashul Tootin taking a shot on him. Like, would you do in this
Plus
league?
the first.
Bashul
Plus the
Tootin
first.
plus a first?
Yeah, that I would do.
I think that's
would
really the only thing that makes sense to me, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Limited options in a league like this, but this is a good rough guideline of what we'd be trying to accomplish. Remember, you do not need to make these moves this week. Don't be that guy who, when I finish giving you a review, goes out in your league and tomorrow I find a DM from you saying, hey man, I accepted 3 trades and I look at all of them and they're all terrible value for you. I can't tell you guys how often that happens. I love y'all, but some of you guys have no patience. And I'm not saying that MJK has no patience, but I'm just saying please do have patience, because way too many people are going to force whatever strategy I say and take huge hits at values. When in reality, September is when your team even starts accumulating points. So play the long game here, please.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts for
no
MJK?
point in rushing. I completely agree. There's no point in rushing a 1-year punt, because these players are going to gain value once they start scoring.
100%. Every time.
Once there's a point per game number next to Chase Brown and next to Jamar Chase, they will increase in value.
100%. It is proven idea. Fantasy Architect is next. Sammy, stay on as long as you would like.
Yeah, I think I'll stay on for Fantasy Architect, and then I'll
cool.
And then I'll get out of here.
Too easy. So we've got Fantasy Architect, and team name is under construction, which means
not a good sign.
He is ranked 11th.
We got some rough ones tonight, Zach.
Yeah, it's a lot of guys who I feel like hopefully we've really helped.
Yes, absolutely.
And their format is a Superflex start 9. So smaller lineup for a Superflex league. Probably want to have those hammers in the lineup. He says, took over this orphan at the beginning of last season. The previous owner decimated the roster. I've been able to make a few moves to get some assets, but any advice would be appreciated. Okay, so an orphan that he took over. And wow, this is... You want to read this roster out for us?
Oof.
He's ranked 12th at every position outside of tight end, where he's ranked 8th, by the way.
So you're starting. Well, is there any value to a starting lineup on this team?
Where is the first round pick for this guy?
Oh my god.
He doesn't have his 27th first.
And it probably wasn't his fault.
That's
brutal.
Yeah, I wonder if he started the team, took it over, and he already didn't have his first in 27. My gosh.
Yeah, he's got 2 firsts, but they're not his. Okay, well, we'll do our best. I doubt Zach's gonna tell you to try and compete.
I don't see how he can.
You can't.
This is lose-lose, really.
I don't think you can. At least we'll get the 201 with that 27 seconds.
You're unfortunately giving someone Jeremiah Smith. That sucks. You're basically giving someone Jeremiah Smith, and there's no good reason for me to tell you not to, outside of trying to get your own pick back. For the love of God!
But the only way you can get your own pick back is sending all of the capital you have.
Yeah.
Like sending like Mekhi Lemon and the 2 firsts or something. Like if they're supposed to be
just
late.
to
that's the only way you get your pick back.
Respond to Vitch real fast. Yes, absolutely you can. Just get the priority pass so I can put you at the top of the queue for tonight, my friend. It's a small little upgrade, but that lets you jump the queue, and that allows me to absolutely get to it tonight. Sammy, this is rough.
I'll read the starting lineup. I'll read it. We got Bryce Young and Carson Beck, Tyrone Tracy, Tank Bigsby, Mekhi Lemon and Jaden Higgins, Eli Stowers at tight end, Matthew Golden and Malachi Fields. And I want to throw up. We have 2 firsts. We have 3 firsts in 2028, including our own. This is like a multi-year rebuild. You're probably aiming to try and make something happen in the 2028 offseason.
Mac Jones on the waiver wire. Wish you can add Mac Jones.
Pick up Mac Jones,
yeah.
please. Please pick up Mac Jones. Spend all of your fab on Mac Jones. You need everything you can get. Yeah, I mean, man, like,
Yeah, you're right.
do we
Like
try
full
and get the first
rebuild.
back?
We have to. Like that's what I was going to say. That's what we have to try.
Because I'm wondering if we can get only our pick, right? We can basically guarantee Jeremiah Smith in the process.
Exactly.
And then 2027, the season will also be a tank where we'll end up with 3 firsts that following offseason.
Sammy, I don't want to be mean, so tell me if I'm being too mean when I say this, but when I look at like a team grade for a team like this, this is like on the edge of an F or a D minus for me. This is pretty rough.
It has to be. Like, you have 5 picks, but you don't have your own first.
You're basically giving Jeremiah Smith to somebody somewhere right now. So,
and if you don't get him back, it means that you literally have no good. Like, I don't see how we get it back without sending them Makai Lemon.
no,
right?
I think you have to.
So I think if he had his own first, I'd say D minus.
Yeah.
And it's not his fault. It's not his fault. He took it over last offseason.
No. It's not his fault as long as he didn't send his first away when he took it over, which I don't think he would have. Either way, it's okay. You can't redo the past.
So let's find our pick.
You can drop Jerome Ford. You can drop Royals if you want to. Hold on to Beck, Golden, Higgins, and Helm. And do not move your 28 first for the love of our Lord and Savior up above. Yeah, we need your first back. So we are going to offer Makai Lemon.
Where is the pick? Who has it? I just want to know.
Yeah, that's a good question. Under constructions first. The guy who's ranked second. Clearly, this guy's just taking advantage of people in the league.
I mean, he needs a wide receiver.
He does. I bet he's thinking about Jeremiah Smith.
He has 5 27 firsts.
Okay, so Dietrich and Cool Dad.
Yeah, let's find out where these picks are supposed to be, because I'm also not opposed to using the 28
That's
capital
hilarious.
if he's open to
It's
it.
the top 2 teams in this league. That's the verse he has in 2027. Likely the
Sick.
111 and 112.
Okay, 2028. What picks do we have?
Look, I think we start by offering something like this, where we send Makai Lemon and either of their first to them for your 27 first,
And then they laugh you out the DMs.
and that might
And
not
then
work.
you-
Can you add Gadsden, Stowers, Golden, Higgins? That's all you really have to offer. I would also be willing to add Bryce Young to the deal. Bryce Young plus, right, to make it work.
What? Who are the owners of the 28 first? Is it the same teams? Please don't tell me it's the same teams.
That he has
Yeah.
he has one of the same teams. The
Cool
other
Dad
one
and then
is
something?
the Heart Foundation, which is ranked 7th.
Okay. So that it's still a really good team though, but it is 2028.
So could you do that where you send the 28 first of the Heart Foundation?
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, this entire year is going to be so painful for you unless you get your first back.
You don't even look at you don't even have to look at the league. Just set your lineup every week and check out. But I think that like how much would you pay Zach? Like, because let's put
I've thought
ourselves
about this.
in this guy's shoes. How much would you pay to get your 27 first back?
I'd pay
What
Lemon
would you...
and both of those firsts for my
I
first
would
and
too.
something. So that something being Travis Hunter, that guy has. That something being, well, I'd love Roma Dunze, but he's not going to do that.
Well, that guy doesn't even have your pick.
Kyler Murray, something back, please. Give me something.
That guy doesn't have your pick, Zach.
Right, you're right. So it has to be this team.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be Cool Dad.
Okay, well that's the line I would go.
What else does he? What else does he have? Anything else that we could do instead of Travis Hunter? Because if that won't fly, like genuinely, if I'm in this position, I would do Makai Lemon and 2 firsts. It could be both in 2027. I would also do 1 in 27, 1 in 28.
Right.
I would even do it for like a Ricky Pearsall or like a shot on Isaiah Likely gaining value or something. Like I really just think that getting Jeremiah Smith and just not even controlling your destiny, but just having some sort of, reward for this struggle that you're about to go through.
The problem is, even if you don't get your first round pick, this year's going to be hell because someone else is going to get Jeremiah Smith and you're going to get the 111 and the 112. And you're basically in the same position next year. So I'm going to keep it a buck with you. This is a tough one. This is a tough league to be a part of, a tough league for you to be excited about. But that's really what you have to do. Like, I don't know how else you get out of it. And then, by the way, there's not any sells here. Like, we're not going to tell him to sell, like, Higgins, Golden, Tracy, Stowers.
Here's what I will say, though.
Gadsden. There's no other sells.
Here's what I'll say. At any point, if any player on your roster gains value, if Cam Scadaboo isn't starting week 1, do whatever you can to get a second for Tyrone Tracy.
Yeah.
If, like, as soon as Saquon goes down, if Saquon is injured for a few games, do whatever you can to get a second for Tank Bigsby. Yeah. All this kind of stuff. Like, just, you have to be liquidating this roster constantly. Like, look, Zach, honestly, if you were to rank Jeremiah Smith right now, like, you can draft him today, and you don't get him for a year, right? Would you?
Let's just say the 2027 101, because we don't know, right? Something we assume he is.
Would you rather have that or CeeDee Lamb?
The 101. Yeah, I'd rather have the 101 this year than CeeDee Lamb, but people won't give it to me.
Sure. Like Malik Neighbors?
That's as close as it gets.
It's close, and that's like a 1-2 turn asset. Like, I'm paying up for that, especially because it's mine. Like, and if you trade Makai Lemon, you are guaranteeing yourself the 101. I cannot possibly see a scenario where, like, this team below us at 12, like, are they just as bad?
They're better.
Okay, yeah. See, Shucks, Darnold, Pickens, Collins. You have your pick is the 101.
This is one of those leagues where there's a couple people who know what they're doing. There's a lot of people who don't, and it's led to some unequal teams. But I hope that's helpful, man. Not trying to be negative at all, by the way. Just y'all know if you get a review here, it's going to be very, very blunt. There's not going to be any beating around the bush because I don't think that really helps anybody get better at this silly 100%. Game we call Dynasty football.
Completely agree.
I think that's it for you, Sammy, yeah?
That is correct. I really appreciate you having me on. As always, had an absolute blast night. That was a really fun surprise getting to draft that team.
I agree. Tomorrow we've got a real rookie draft as well.
Real rookie draft tomorrow. That'll be a blast.
Which will be fun, so.
Yes, sir.
But yes, Sammy, you go live every Saturday on the Sammy Stacks channel.
That is correct. Every Saturday night.
You got a lot of crossover from the land community, I assume?
Yeah. Tons from some familiar faces in there every week. We have a good time. And yeah, so that's 8 p.m. Eastern every Saturday night. I have wide receiver rankings coming out tomorrow.
Okay.
So brand new top 60 Dynasty wide receivers. I rambled for an hour. So if any of you enjoy listening to my voice for some reason,
absolutely,
you can tune into
Ramble
that.
City. We love it.
Ramble City. Yeah, I somehow my voice was cooked. Not as much as Zach's, but my voice was cooked after that.
By the way, I think the Hera League did finish. In case anybody wants to take a second here, and
we got Najee. Nice.
So Bose ended up getting Higgins in the 10th, which I love. Pearsall in the 11th. Brooks in the 11th. Oh my gosh. Caleb Johnson pick is
Brandon
whatever.
Ayuk.
I mean, every pick from the 15th round onwards is whatever, but
But you know what? I
fun
like the
outcome.
fact that he got Goddard, Schultz, Otten.
Yeah.
Who was the guy at the bottom? You got another one at the bottom there. Kate Otten. There's one more, I thought. No, there wasn't. But like some good vets that you can, if Sadiq's starting slow. I like it.
Yeah.
I like
Good
it.
job, Bose. Anyway, Sammy, appreciate you, man. We'll let you go.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Be kind to Zach. He's just a sick boy at the moment. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
All right, brother.
Peace out.
We'll see you then. Love. Okay. It's Vitch just submitted a playbook, and it is a priority pass. I told him, hey, if you want to get a guaranteed review tonight live on the stream, then just get the priority pass. That lets you skip the queue. And that is exactly what It's Vitch did. So we're going to go straight to his review here next and make sure that he gets reviewed. Appreciate you. Thanks for obviously supporting, but also getting that upgrade so we can prioritize your review now. This is a Superflex Start 10. Superflex Start 10. Let me know if you're in the chat with me, my friend. And your team name is I Stalk My Neighbors, which hopefully you don't. If I can offer any advice, probably not going to work out well. But let's just hope that it's just a fun name, right? Not a activity we partake in. Okay, Superflex Start 10. It is a 10-teamer. He says, made some solid moves recently. If you want to peep the trades tab, I need help at quarterback and tight end, but I also faded both when building this team. Feels like I'm middle of the pack in contending. Also, I can get Josh Allen for Herbert and my 27 first, but I've been very hesitant trading 27 ones. Okay. We will have a look at that as an option. It looks like you recently traded... Oh, this is a no-brainer. Whose first did you get when you did that? Well, that's a great trade for you. I like most of these. So there's a lot of activity in this league. Oh my gosh. The 106 for Willis and the 201. My gosh. Seems like there's a lot of ability to kind of manipulate trades. So I'm going to keep that in mind as we start to come up with some options here. Okay. Let's go ahead and dive on in. Untouchables on this team. Obviously, Bijan Robinson is an untouchable. We don't want to move him. Malik Neighbors is an untouchable. Those would be your two big dogs. Players that I would like to hold. Isaiah Pacheco. I know it sounds weird, but I think he could have some serious value in season. DK Metcalf. I feel like Metcalf is a hold right now based off the current market value. I personally believe that offense in Pittsburgh is going to be better than people are giving credit for right now. We look at these, names like Hawkinson, Terrence Ferguson, just clear holds at the tight end position that are not worth selling at this point. If you need to drop somebody, Adonai Mitchell, I know people are upset about me saying this. Some people disagree. I think you can cut him. We already didn't really think we could rely on him when it was just him and Garrett Wilson. You add Omar Cooper, you add Kenyon Sadiq. I just don't see where the volume comes from. He's had his opportunities. If we need to drop someone else, then I don't really want to drop the name, but Jarquez Hunter comes to mind. But again, I prefer not to drop him if you can help it. On the waiver wire, ooh, there's some good names there, man. There's some good names. Oof, those tight ends like Chika Okonkwo should not be on the waiver wire. He's in an upcoming trade video for me, a trade for video. So I would definitely roster him. Jawan Johnson. I dropped those two guys I mentioned for those two tight ends. You have a lot of tight ends, so I get why you wouldn't want to add more, but I do think they're more valuable assets than those other names that you are currently rostering. Looks like we have the 101 and the 401, so we will go to the war room and make some decisions there. But, okay. With that in mind, let's just quickly get rid of this screen from Sammy here. Okay. All right. So, right now you are starting Justin Herbert, Jared Goff, Bijan Hampton, Neighbors, McMillan, Ferguson, Rice, Marvin. You've got obviously Jeremiah Love as well on the roster that you're gonna add. So very good team. To me, this is a strong contender. I don't see why you wouldn't go out there and try and win a championship today. Don't love the tight end spot, obviously. So you're not like in that A range, but I'd say a solid B+. It's a really, really, really good team. Let's jump to the war room here. And at the 101, this is maybe the easiest war room of all time, because all I'm going to tell you is draft Jeremiah Love. Not some transformational idea. I think you've got enough top-end talent where if injuries occur, you could tear down. But adding Jeremiah Love, having a roster of Bijan, Hampton, and Love is absolutely insane. Take the best player available in the fourth, whoever you want to take a shot on. If you move that 101, it's only for Jahmyr Gibbs or Bijan Robinson. Or the last option is getting Ashton Jeanty and a plus. If someone out there who drafted Jeanty last year is having major FOMO with Jeremiah Love and they don't like him and they've got something against him, what's something small you could add on top? Can you get DJ Moore and then you throw something small back in return? There's a lot of people who put Love in a higher tier. Could you get back? I'm thinking like a Scattaboo and sending back a JCM. So what is that plus on top? That's what you have to ask yourself. I'm going to go ahead and send this war room into the Discord, by the way. So that will be available for you right now. You probably have heard me say this already in today's stream, but under the land community, there is a... someone's putting spam in here. Let's go ahead and ban them. In the land community, we have got the war room tab. That's where you can find that available for you now. Great team, man. Vitch says that Jeanty team is actually trying to tear down his team and get his 27 first. Okay. Then maybe the DJ Moore move or Scattaboo move is actually possible. Or in a Superflex league, can you get Jeanty and Stafford? That's probably the lowest I would go. But I would like that a lot. All right, with that in mind, let's jump into the chalkboard here. There's not a lot of moves I would suggest for you to make, man. Being honest with you, that Twink is where that first is from. And that team is terrible. So we're not moving that 27 first. Man, you got me a little stumped because I don't really want you to make a trade with this team. The one thing I can think of is if we wanted to improve tight end. And in order to improve tight end, you would have to tear down from someone. I don't really want to do that, man. I don't really want to tear down. I think you've already got a really good team constructed as it is. You've got enough at tight end. There's Chig on the waiver wire. I mean, yeah. It doesn't really make sense for me to suggest for you to do that. Between Chig, Jawan, Jake, Hawkinson, Henry, like there's so many streamable options. Sure, you're not elite, but there's so many streamable options there. Man, the one thing you could do is sell your 27 first. Don't sell that other one. But if you wanted to add to your roster, by you selling your pick, you're going to have a better chance to win, and your pick is probably going to be less valuable. Where I think you could add depth is at the running back spot. So a Javonte Williams would be perfect for a team like this. Chase Brown, we talked about earlier, would be perfect. Who are some of those other names that we mentioned? Bucky Irving, kind of giving you a little bit more of a runway for injuries. If some of these guys, go down with injury and we didn't expect them to, you might have a little bit more runway to work with. Breece Hall, who just signs a long-term deal, right? Trying to think out loud here. If you want to go younger, like the Travion Hendersons of the world, right? Now, obviously, you could send a first. Is it a premium? Not even a premium. It's so hard for me to tell you to go buy a first, or to go buy a tight end. I don't even know how confident I would be in saying, going to buy, Tyler Warren or something like that. Even that, I'm not 100% sold on. Vitch says, what do you think of moving Herbert and my 27 pick for Josh Allen? Yeah. It's not an unfair price because that's basically a late first. Let's have a look at the Allen team. Do you have your 28 first? Okay, I just thought of an idea here. Damn, I don't see a second though. What I was going to say is I wonder if you could counter. So right now it's Justin Herbert plus your 27 first for Josh Allen. That's currently the offer on the table. What I was curious about was if you could take that offer and ask for Tyler Warren and offer back Jake Ferguson plus a second. Would they be willing to do something like that? Normally in leagues, I'd say the answer is no, but you've made some crazy trades in your league. I don't know if the people in your league know what they're doing. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, obviously, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'd be willing to try that, but again, I want you to think about this. If you were to make this move, okay, you send Herbert and your first for Josh Allen. You add Josh Allen to this team. How is that not a late first? Would you really not pay? Let's put it equivalent to this year's class. Would you in this year pay Justin Herbert and the 107 for Josh Allen? I think that'd be a steal for you. So if the goal is to win a championship, I don't think this is a crazy ask at all. Again, I want to see how far you can push it because some crazy trades have happened in your league, but I don't think it's a bad move as long as it's not that other first. You keep the other first, but you can move yours. You know what I mean? I'm wondering if we can get Matthew Golden thrown into it. If this is already on the table, would he be willing to throw in Matthew Golden just kind of as a sweetener on the top? So, apologies, you can't see those moves, but those would be some of the moves that come to mind for me. Let me know if you have any final questions there, Vitch, if there's anything I didn't answer or go through enough, but injuries can occur, your whole roster can go down with injuries, but I'd prefer to spend that first on a Brown, Javonte, Breece, but I'm not at all opposed to the Josh Allen deal, simply because I think your team is good enough to bet on your 2026 season. So let me know if you got any final questions there. I'd be happy to to make sure I get them answered. But appreciate you big time for letting me have a look at it. What's up, Fantasy Football Garage? Welcome in, man. I think you do best ball streams, right? So hopefully you're loving best ball season. But as I wait for a response there from our friend Vitch, I'm just going to start setting up our next review with Brownie. So I'm just going to wait and hear if we have any final questions from Vitch. He says, I think I'm all good. Thanks, my man. My dude, I appreciate you greatly. Thank you so much for supporting the show, supporting the stream. And I'm glad that we were able to have a look at the squad. Okay, Brownie. Let's have a look. Your team name is Tank for both Jeremiahs. So we're getting a lot of teams here that are not ready to compete yet. That's just happening on today's stream, which is it's fun to kind of see the different variation. Okay. So we've got a Superflex Start 9. It's a smaller league. You're ranked 7th in this league. Which is not all that promising considering it's a 10-teamer. He says, team at the top fleeced one person and built a super team. That's unfortunate. Not sure if I should just tear it down since I can't compete with him or just try and punt and any help goes a long way. Okay. So this is team 1. And somehow this guy has 3 firsts in 2027. And yeah, you only build a team like this when you take advantage of someone. That's really not always, but a good portion of the time you have a team like this when you take advantage of somebody. Okay, so let's have a look at the team. Thank God we have our own 27 first. We don't have our second or third, unfortunately, but we have got. Let's get rid of these from the old team there. But let's have a look. So, our untouchables. We would start with Jeremiah Love. And then that's really your only untouchable. But you've got good players. Players I would hold. I think Travion is a really strong hold right now in Dynasty football. Brandon Ayuk, just want to see what he could be. Max Clare, you just drafted him. Let's hold on to him. And Parker Washington could increase value this year if the right scenarios unfold. If you want to drop players, which you don't have to, but Eli Heidenreich is probably going to be the first name I would say. You know, gun to the head, you have to drop somebody. Who is it? Then probably next would be Michael Mayer or Cyrus Allen or one of these, Bryce Lance, one of those guys. On the waiver wire, yeah, Mac Jones has some value. He should be rostered. A lot of Mac Joneses out there available today. Caleb Douglas. I'd much rather roster Caleb Douglas personally than Heidenreich or Mixon, Watson, Lance Allen, Coleman. Tez is out there. Jalen Knoll is a player I'd rather roster than those names. So there's plenty of value on the waiver wire today. That said, Kalen Black is worth rostering over Heidenreich and Lance and Allen. So there's a lot of waiver wire players that I think are worth picking up on that team. Okay. So, we are starting with this team. Bo Nix, Jared Goff, Love, Brees, London Williams, Hawkinson. And then we are flexing Jacobs, Henderson, or Terry McLaurin. Not a ton of depth, but a pretty decent starting lineup. Weak at tight end, obviously. Now, this team probably makes the playoffs. But does it beat the guys at the top? Unlikely. Very unlikely. Yeah, a bit of a struggle because the odds of you beating that number one team very low. But as we know, fantasy football is so random and sporadic. I think I'm going to give you a pathway of sleeper. And I'll explain that in a second. I think a lot of our action is going to come in season rather than right now forcing sells. It's not a bad team, honestly. It's not a bad team. I mean, I'd say this is a solid B minus range, right? It's not a bad team at all. There's certainly plenty to be excited about. Okay, but in season, well, technically, I'm just realizing technically I would probably refer to you as in or out, because in season you're going to have to make that decision. Not right now, but in season. So, for example, if you are out in season, then you can start to look at Josh Jacobs as a sell. Jacobs is not a good sell right now. He's a terrible sell right now. In season, he will have more value. Terry McLaurin, probably the same exact thing. He should have more value in season. Jameson Williams should have more value in season. Parker Washington, if you were to sell, would have more value in season, assuming he performs. Obviously, we can't guarantee that. Even Breece Hall, might have more value in season. If that offense is better than people expect, he's there long term. I think people would really, really like that. Jared Goff is another name that you could sell, but these would really be the main guys that you would sell if you're not contending. And let me be very clear. The in or out tag means right now we're going into the season and we're going to see how competitive we are. If it's the first 8 weeks and we are 5-3, okay, let's get into the playoffs. Anything's possible. Randomness is a huge part of the playoffs. Why not try? But if we start the year, we're 3-5, 2-6. Okay, time to sell these guys. For Josh Jacobs, we want a mid-future first, right? For a Josh Jacobs. For Terry McLaurin, any first in any year would be more than enough. Alternatively, you could sell him for a 27-second, plus a young, unproven talent. So, think about this logically. This year, that would be a Jaden Higgins. This would be a Matthew Golden. Those are the type of moves that you would make, but those equivalents of in-season, right? Denzel Boston, right? Could be a great option. Antonio Williams. Some of you guys are talking about those names in the chat for different reasons, but, right, that's where we're going there. For Jameson Williams, you're going to need a future first if you sell him. For Parker Washington, we're probably thinking multiple seconds is what I would say. And for Breece Hall, I actually would argue you need 2 mid to late future firsts to sell Breece Hall after, he signs that deal. So if I were you, Brownie, right now, like I said, this is only a game plan for in season. Of course, look, if trades come your way, entertain them. But right now, this is very much a woosah. Let's be calm. Let's logically think things through. Let's let things happen naturally. When the season begins, if you're able to be patient, it will pay off, because in season you'll be able to know exactly when you should either be buying or selling. And look, if you start the year and you're 6-2, you've got some first round picks from other teams that you could potentially use to go out there and improve. You're in a position where, okay, I'm really good. Do I send that first for a Tyler Warren? Do I send that first for, a Jalen Waddle or Brian Thomas, Zay Flowers, right? So hold that flexibility. That's ultimately what I would do if I had your team. thank you so much for letting me review the squad. I appreciate it greatly. You will get your playbook here within the next 3 to 4 business days. So just make sure that you are staying tuned there to the review tab. That's where it will come through. Again, 3 to 4 business days typically is when we're turning these around. CJ Fish, let me know if you are in the chat. Your team name is Epstein Farm. Chaos. You are currently ranked 14th. Oof. The Flock site has you 15th at quarterback, 9th at running back, 7th at receiver, and 1st at tight end. It's a super flex. Wow, this is a funny one. Okay, I have to actually adjust our templates. So, this is a super flex start 8. 16 teamer. And your lineup is a start 7 Superflex. So, actually, it looks like this. Which means you don't have a flex and a Superflex. You got just one Superflex, just in totality. So, you have to start 7 players each week. Which, honestly, in a 16-teamer, that makes a lot of sense. Why you guys would have roster or formatted it in that way. He says, just finished the draft, traded Amon-Ra for JMO and Brees. I don't know, not in love with it, but let's see what the team looks like. There's a tight end premium there. Okay. So we don't have our pick in 2027. Damn. Okay, don't have our pick in 2027. Our untouchables in this league are Brock Bowers. There's really not another untouchable, though. Players that I would hold, well, now I'm considering the fact that you are kind of forcing yourself into a contend mode. Rico Dowdle, we kind of need him to be a relevant RB in our running back room. Michael Pittman. You know, these names that are veterans that aren't that sexy. You know, the Cortland Suttons of the world. The Jamison Williams, right? Like all of those names we definitely need to hold at this point. And if CJ Fish is in the chat, please let me know if you're here with me. If you need to drop somebody, I'm not even going to do drops because it's such a big league. I just don't imagine there's anything valuable out there. Yeah, there really isn't, unfortunately. So, look, if you had to drop someone like gun to head, Savion Thomas probably, and Seth McGowan. But obviously you're not in a position where you have to do that. Unfortunately, you are going to have to be windows open because you don't have your own first in 27. You don't have your second in 27. We needed to go out there and try and compete right now. Overall team grade as of today. We're starting Darnold, Brees, Bucky, London, Williams, Bowers. Right? That's 6. And your last starter is either Pittman, Sutton, Dowdle, right? So one of those names. It's a fine team. I'm trying to keep in mind that it's a 16-teamer, right? The site has labeled you a weak contender. I think that's actually really fair. Like, this feels kind of C+ to me. Look, if this is your team and it was a 10-team or a 12-team, I'd be far harsher. But a 16-teamer, you know, we got to keep that context in mind when we're looking at a team like this. You have a 27 first. And who is it from? The 27 first is from Epstein's handler. Why are you guys obsessed with Epstein? Okay. This is the first that you have. This guy's team is better than yours. He's got May, Walker, Brown, Cooper, Gadsden. He also has Adams, Addison. I think because you've gone in and you've kind of leaned towards being a contender, I think you need to sell that 27 first. What's crazy is in this league, the champion, whoever wins, their 27 first will be equivalent in a 12-team league to the 204. Is that right? Yeah. So the 112, whoever's the champion in this league, is equivalent to the actual 204 in a 12-teamer. Point is, you're probably going to be sending away an early second in value, but people will see it and they'll see it first and they might be interested. So what you need to add is, man, I'd love to add a Javonte Williams. I'd love to add a Bucky Irving. You already have Bucky, actually, don't you? Wait, do you have Bucky? You do. Sorry, so Bucky Williams. We're making up players here. Let me open up running backs again. Chase Brown would be awesome. Saquon Barkley for sure. With where you kind of put this team, even Christian McCaffrey, with where this team is, Breece Hall, Kyron Williams. I mean, you can't be that greedy with a late first and a 16-teamer. Shoot, Josh Jacobs. I don't really want to do it, but in this format, not opposed to it. Cam Scattaboo, I would do pretty easily. Quinshawn Judkins, Jadarian Price. I'd really love to add just one more piece to kind of give me a little more flexibility as I go out there and try and win a championship this year. But you could go the wide receiver route. I think you have more depth at wide receiver. I'd rather go running back. But, if you went to go wide receiver, any of the following names, I won't write them down, but obviously Wilson, Olave, Collins, Rice, Egbuka, McConkey, Burden, Adunze, probably Higgins in this format, Thomas, Marvin, Zay, Devonta. So there's plenty of names that you could add there. And I wonder if any of those guys have a quarterback too. Maybe you could do like a swap with them. So for example, the guy with Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow owner also has Josh Jacobs. So I'm thinking like something like this where you get Josh Jacobs plus Joe Burrow. And you send back your 27 first plus your 28 second plus Sam Darnold. Right? So you can get a little creative like that with some of these deals if somebody has an excess at a certain position. But, dude, hopefully that's helpful. The other last thing is technically you could just go trade for another quarterback as well. So I would trade that first for a Dak, Goff, Baker, Shuck. That's the kind of range you're looking at there. But I hope that's helpful. 16-team leagues are always going to be a little bit, a little bit quirky, I guess is the right way to say it. But that's a fun one to be a part of, no doubt about it. I'm sure that you'll have a lot of fun there. Thanks for letting me review the squad. Okay, let's go to JC25. Let me know if you're in the building. Team name is Shooter1982. We are currently ranked 10th in this league. And this is a Superflex Start 10. Superflex Start 10. Let's add that to your playbook. The site currently has you ranked 2nd at quarterback, 7th at receiver, 2nd at running back, 7th at running back, 10th at receiver, and 8th at tight end. There's a tight end premium here, so we'll keep that in mind. No first in 2027. Untouchables on this team, Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow. Those are your 2 top dogs in a super flex format. Without your first in 2027, we are going to try and compete, so we're going to hold onto names like Rachaad White, who could be serviceable, Terry McLaurin, who could be serviceable, the DJ Moore type of players. I would also say like Hawkinson in this tight end premium format as well. Imagine Kyler Murray just comes out and hyper targets Hawkinson. How cool would that be? Players that you can drop. You got a lot of drops. Rowan Wilson, if you want to drop him. Hollywood Brown. The name goes on, though. Rashawn Johnson. Leggett. You could drop Jaron Kanak. I don't even know who the hell that is. But, look. I would say Marlon Klein is far more deserving of being rostered than any of the names I just mentioned. Marlon Klein's got to be rostered over those guys. Same with Seth McGowan. I mean, in this format, how deep it is, I'm surprised those guys aren't rostered over the Roman Wilsons, Hollywoods, Leggett's, Rashawn Johnsons. But just like the previous team, this is going to be a Windows open lineup. So we'll keep that one up. You got to go out and try and compete right now without your first in 2027. We are starting Lamar, Burrow, Cook, Saquon, Higgins, Smith, Laporta. It's a start 10. Then we are flexing probably DJ Moore, Terry McLaurin, and then one of Concepcion, Cooper, Montgomery, Rachaad White. So not a bad team. Certainly not the top end talent I would have expected for a team that doesn't have their first in 2027. So kind of like on the edge of like a C plus B minus. I think because of your quarterbacks, I will give you the edge to a B minus. But pretty close for me there. So what could we do to improve that top end talent? What I would like to do is I would like to say if I package Joe Burrow plus Omar Cooper, that's what I'm curious about. What sort of 2 for 2 could I get done? You know, who has Jared Goff, for example? So that's unfortunate. You're not going to get Neighbors. Yeah, there's no way you could do Jared Goff plus Malik Neighbors. I just don't think that gets accepted. But that's, you know what I mean? Like, we're trying to find a more reasonable option with that goal in mind. I would even do that for, again, probably not going to happen. But what if you asked for Tyler Shuck instead? Still probably doesn't get done, but maybe it's closer. Who has Dak? Okay, there we go. Dak Prescott plus Tet McMillan. Right? That is really intriguing to me. Can't get JSN. Trevor Lawrence and Jameson's not going to work. Kyler, it'd have to be a pretty big upgrade, and Jefferson is. Kyler Murray plus Justin Jefferson. Honestly, that's probably about as close as a deal gets. That gives you a top dog in Jefferson. You lose Burrow, but you still have Kyler Murray. That's one of the more even trades we've kind of cooked up here tonight, I would say. Dart, I don't think you can go like Dart. I'd be curious what people think of like Jackson Dart plus Brian Thomas. There's a lot of risk there. That's a pretty fair deal. I don't know. Maybe you could add something small on top, but it's just with you trying to contend right now, I'm not sure that's the move to make. Yeah. Brock Purdy plus Lab McConkey is like a no-brainer to me. Wow, that's an interesting way to say that. Right? Or who else do they have? Brock Purdy plus Rashee Rice, no-brainer as well. We've already looked at the Goff owner. Herbert. Baker. Ooh. I like this idea, actually. Baker Mayfield plus Chris Olave. I like that a lot as well. Those are some ideas that you could explore. Already having Lamar up top, you could afford to kind of tear down slightly at quarterback to get more of a top dog up top there. But even in season, I mean, if your team is staying healthy, you could afford to look at like a DJ Moore plus Cooper, a Smith plus Omar Cooper, a Terry plus Concepcion, and see if there's like an upgrade out there for you. But it's a pretty good team. Depth certainly isn't an issue at wide receiver. Good enough at tight end. Good enough at running back. I like it as is. Probably going to, if you can't get some sort of Burrow tear down done, probably going to hold where I am right now. Kick this thing into the season and see where things land after the first 8 weeks, and then maybe make some adjustments from there. But good team. I definitely think that you've got a great chance to be in the playoffs. And that's what you want to be. This looks like maybe a startup that finished not too long ago. So yeah, really well done, man. Appreciate you letting me look at the squad, and you'll get your playbook here within the next 3 to 4 business days. Just make sure that you are tuned in to the review tabs. All right, Skyro, what's up, my guy? Skyro here. Would you guys mind if we take a small, quick little intermission? You talk to yourselves amongst the chat, and I just go for a quick little tinkle. Is that okay? That's what we're going to do, okay? I'm going to go for a quick little tinkle. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. Okay, wow, I'm surprised like basically nobody left. All right, let's jump into this next one. Skyro, thanks for being an annual Mother Flocker member, man. I appreciate you big time. Your team is currently ranked first. That's great. We are in a Superflex Start 11. This is a big old league. Big old league there. A lot of positions you have to account for. And it looks like you've done a pretty decent job accounting for them. He says $200 year league. So wanting to compete this year. I feel like I have a good chance being high stakes. Most know what they're doing. Think some watch your content. Some not fans of Jay Love, so it might be hard to move off of him. Big believer in Brian Thomas bounce back. Appreciate you and love from Australians, let us rejoice, for we are young and free. I think they changed it recently, actually. But yeah, holding it down here for you, brother. I'm actually in Sydney, Australia. Shout out to all the Australians. Vitch says, after my playbook, I got an offer to trade Herbert straight up for Dart. What do you think? I think it's a lateral move. You know, I have them in the same tier for me. So if you can get some sort of plus on Dart, if they're really like aggressively wanting to do that, maybe address some of those issues or depth areas that we talked about during the review, I think that's fine. But I don't have a strong opinion either way. I think it's very much a lateral move. All right, big money league. So if that's a 12-teamer and we've got $200 buy-in for everybody, yeah, you've got a $2,400 pot. That's a nice chunk of change. We don't have our first in 2027, so I think we got a lot of teams today, either completely rebuilding or completely all in. I kind of love the contrast. But we are starting Josh Allen, which is going to be one of our untouchables in this format. We are also starting Jordan Love, Price, Kyron, JSN Olave, Loveland. We are flexing. We have to account for 4 more names. Thomas, Higgins, Metcalf, Montgomery. So, not the strongest bench. I will give you that. You know, it's on the bench. It's Corum, Pollard, Parker, Dobbs. There's some bodies, but not a lot of people that we're obsessed with. Players I would hold. DK Metcalf. I've talked about this a couple of times. I just think people are underrating that offense in 2026 with Mike McCarthy. Parker Washington as a team that needs to win is a hold. Romeo Dobbs in a team that needs to win is a pretty good hold as well. You know, players that could be sneaky flexes for you. Tony Pollard, right? Not names that you typically care about, but they might need to be band-aids while the rest of your roster really thrives. Players that you can drop. If you've got space, Andre Yeshivas, however you want to say it, can definitely be dropped, in my opinion. Next player I would drop on that list would probably be either Najee or Jamari Taylor. I do love Jamari Taylor out of Virginia, but you could drop him if you needed to. On the waiver wire, there really isn't anyone that I'm desperately wanting to go add to this team. You could use a tight end too. So as much as I don't really have much interest in Evan Ingram, wouldn't be the worst idea in the world just to have a body there. Okay, so obviously we are going to be a Windows open lineup. We don't have our first. We got to take advantage of this window this year and go out and try and win a championship. Not a bad team at all. I think this is very much like, this is B+ territory for me. It's close to A range. The reason I didn't give you A is because that running back room is not the strongest room I've ever seen, right? That's really where the weakness kind of falls off. I'm not going to give you a very high draft capital grade either. But let's jump in. Now, to be honest, Skyro, right now, there's not really a move that you need to make. You don't need to make a single move. You have depth enough everywhere to go into the season and kind of just rock out with you out. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you wanted to take advantage of JSN's current value, that's where you can maybe solidify your running back room a little bit more, give yourself a little bit more depth with it being a start 11. That is the one area where I would say you could tear down from. JSN is an easier tear down right now than a Josh Allen. I would say Josh Allen's an option, but again, it's really hard to tear down from him at this present moment in time. But let's think about some options. You're not going to tear down too far. I don't even think you can't really do Neighbors because, you know, as of right now, that's just not a viable option with you trying to compete and win. But for example, with this team, you know, Justin Jefferson, what is really possible? You know, can you get a Justin Jefferson plus George Pickens if you were to send back JSN plus what? Does JSN plus DK Metcalf get it done? Is that even a possible viable option? We're not going to do it for Jefferson Marvin. We would do it for Jefferson Walker. But not perfect. Not the perfect players to make a deal. I don't think there's a deal there. Not going to go down to Rice. Amon-Ra. Could you do... Oh, I would like a Amon-Ra St. Brown plus Bashul Tootin. I like that kind of risk in such a deep league. Obviously, like in an ideal world, instead of doing that for Tootin, you could do that for Ladd McConkey. And then maybe you'd have to send back, you know, a second or something, or a player equivalent. But that's probably not realistic. Again, trying to give you the realistic option and the absolute upside swing. Not a lot of these guys are going to have a receiver that we're comfortable tearing down to. Drake London's probably the last one. You know, there is a lot of risk here. And the only thing that would make sense is Drake London plus Emeka Egbuka. I'm not really sure that they're going to be willing to do that. Again, like, we can add a second on top of this. We can add, you know, DK Metcalf on top of this. But unlikely that they are willing to play ball at that price point. Now, the alternative is looking at a tear down off of Josh Allen. But again, very difficult to do that right now. It takes the right team that can take on a Josh Allen, that has the depth, that is all in. Yeah, I'm trying to find if there's a team out there like that. The Caleb Williams team doesn't have their first. Okay, so here's an idea. Caleb Williams plus James Cook, right? That, to me, makes sense. He has a lot of running back depth. He would get the elite quarterback. He doesn't have his first in 2027. That could be a win-win for you guys. I don't mind a Hurts tear down, but I'm not doing it for Breece Hall. And Puka Nacua is going to, you know, it's not realistic at all. Ooh, I do love this idea. Probably, again, unrealistic, but Brock Purdy plus Justin Jefferson is a no-brainer. Would I do Purdy and Pickens? Brock Purdy plus George Pickens. Wow, that's interesting. I think what I would have to do is get Olave and Jefferson involved here. So I'll give you plus Chris Olave on the Josh Allen side. And I want back Justin Jefferson. Yeah, so not perfect, but an option to try. But yeah. Is this you, Greg? Oh, you say, oh, this might not be you, Greg. My label on Flock is Thanos for one expert. Wait, is the Flock fantasy site using Thanos as a tag? Like, are they using Thanos as a tag for people? It is? What? They just... Okay. Yeah, what the heck? Okay. Well, I hope that was helpful, Skyro. I do like the team a lot. You're in a great spot. And you're in a good position to win a good chunk of change this year, dude. And I hope that that direction was helpful to kind of get you on the right track. Okay. Let's jump in here. We've got 3 more for today. Is anybody left in the chat who has a team review waiting? Because I am streaming tomorrow and the next day. So not only am I streaming today, but 3 days in a row, right? So like today, tomorrow, and the next. So I might save 1 or 2 of these for tomorrow's stream just to kind of help my voice not completely get destroyed. So I'm kind of just doing a vibe check here to see if anybody was necessarily like waiting in the chat. Joe, Soaring, or Big Catalyst. Any of you guys like in the chat waiting right now? I'm going to go to Catalyst here because I know that he had a difficult time signing up. And I felt bad about the process of him signing up. So I'll make sure to get to him tonight because he has a draft coming up very, very soon. What's up, Big Catalyst? I'm looking at the squad. Your team name is Victorious Secret. That currently puts you ranked 9th in this league, which is a 12-team Superflex start 9. So smaller lineup, but a 12-team league. You are currently on the Flock site, ranked 6th at quarterback, 11th at running back, 7th at wide receiver, and 4th at tight end. He says, please analyze my team and provide a war room plan for my upcoming rookie draft. I got you. Let's help you out here, my friend. And, okay. Not a ton of picks to work with here. In fact, you know, there's not really a single pick in 2026 that I would personally point to and tell you I have a strong conviction on as far as like what you can take away from this class, but we'll certainly have a look and come with a game plan. Untouchables on this team. Lamar Jackson. That really is your one untouchable. You don't have another one. Players I would want to hold on this team. Daniel Jones. I like to see what he looks like after that surgery. I'd also like to hold Jordan Addison. I think in that new offense, he could retain some value. I don't think I'd actively be saying you have to drop anyone here, but the waiver wire is quite active. Okay. So here's the thing. I don't want to drop any of these names. If I had to, I would drop Kayshon Boutte to get some of the names on the waiver wire, as well as Hunter Henry, because there's a lot of names on the waiver wire that are valuable. Malik Willis, for example, right? He could absolutely help you with that quarterback 2 spot. I think you actually need Malik Willis. You could Jacoby Brissett, right? Another name that is worth adding there to your squad. You've got Chris Rodriguez on the waiver wire, Tank Bigsby. These are really valuable names in most leagues. You know, my guy Jalen McMillan. These names should be rostered, man. They should really not be out there on the waiver wire. Chiga Conquo, Isaiah Likely. Oh, dude. Drop Kelsey and Henry. Pick up Chig and Likely. Please. That's a lot of help already. We haven't even gotten to the team. You are starting Lamar Jackson. Hopefully that quarterback 2 spot will say Malik Willis soon. But Daniel Jones is an option as well. At running back, we are starting... Oh. We're not starting anyone at running back. Stevenson, Harvey, maybe. T-Mac, Marvin, Fannin at tight end. And then our flexes are Higgins, Addison, maybe Michael Wilson, maybe Booty. Those type of names. Okay. I think you could contend, but your running back room is just so bad, man. Your running back room is just so weak. And unfortunately, it's not realistic to expect you to improve that in this year's draft with the picks that you have. So, yeah, I think this feels right. We're going to give you the sleeper tag. We're going to give you the sleeper tag. Now I'll give your team grade. This feels kind of like C plus, B minus to me. At least you have your first and future years. That's good. Okay, so going to the war room. Let's come up with the game plan for these picks. I'm just messaging Big Catalyst on the back end right now, letting him know that we're reviewing his team right now if he wants to jump in. Okay. So, looking at the picks that you have available to you, I'll be honest with you, the 206 is like a massive, huge tier of players. It might be a tier of 20 names. You know, the biggest advice I could give you, Big Catalyst, is when you're drafting, I would really strongly suggest that you use the rookie interactive cheat sheet tool, which is right here, because you remember you will have access to that. It's very simple. You open the tool. If you're in Sleeper, it'll automatically, ask you what's your Sleeper username. If you're not, you can also manually add your draft picks. But, for example, for Foxtrot's drafts tomorrow, I can confirm or deny whatever picks I have. I can add picks if I need more. And then it will automatically kind of tell you what players are available. It'll mark them off as you go. So definitely worth using, in my opinion, because at each pick it'll tell you exactly who my highest ranked player is. But Antonio Williams would be a name I would target here, not Brown. Antonio Williams is a name I would target there. Names like Chris Bell are up for grabs. Names like Nicholas Singleton. These are all kind of around that 208 range. There's not a lot of running backs here, though. I mean, you could, if you want to go running back, Katron Allen, people are drafting there. It's just this big kind of get your guy type of range, right? If you like Zachariah Branch, it's just there's a huge amount of players here that you could add, but there's no consensus this year. There really is no consensus with these picks. And that even goes into the third round. Get your guys that you like the most. Obviously, if you want to know my opinions, again, the interactive cheat sheet tool will give you my best available player every time you're on the board. You also can look at my rookie report if you'd like to see my analysis on the players. But yes, so I like the Williams, Bell, Singleton, options, if you were to trade these picks, they're not worth much. Like if you trade the 206, the best you're probably going to get, where we clearly need running back, Montgomery. That might even be a pipe dream. You know, like the Montgomerys of the world. Rashad White. You know, like I'm trying to think realistically here of what names you could maybe walk away with at the running back position. Another name that comes to mind here, maybe a Rico Dowdle, right? Corum. I would love like a Jonathan Brooks buy here. I don't think you can get Chuba Hubbard, but like these are like the top of the range options in most leagues. Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt. That might be one other name that might be a realistic get. So between those names, those are probably your best options available to you. But I am going to go ahead and paste this into, go ahead and upload this rather, is what I should say, onto the Discord. So my friend, you will be able to access this in the Discord at any moment in time that you like. All you have to do under the land community is go to the War Room tab and you will see the catalyst. You can search for your name. You can go up and if I've done any others, but it will be here sitting there waiting for you. Unfortunately, to keep it real with you, you don't have a lot of impactful picks this year. You know, in a lot of years, we could do a lot more with those second rounders, but this year in particular, they're just not that valuable. Not a lot of people are looking to, add those picks. That's just the reality of the situation. The other option that you have, if you wanted to compete this year, which right now I would say you're a sleeper, you can go into the year trying to contend if you can get a couple more running backs there. If you can't contend in season, you can look at selling names like Lamar Jackson, Daniel Jones, Higgins, Wilson, those type of guys. But if you wanted to try and add running back, we could look at tearing down from Lamar. So, for example, I would like to go to a Purdy, but that's not going to work. Could we get so Jalen Hurts plus Saquon Barkley, right? That seems relatively reasonable given the current market on these names. I would also do it for Jackson Dart for that same price. Don't love Dak Javonte. Dak Prescott plus Javonte Williams is an option. I'm not obsessed with it. I'm just trying to think out loud. If we did that, could we turn Michael Wilson into A.J. Brown as well? So something to consider. Again, if you're trying to kind of go out and compete this year, help fill out that running back room. Ooh, Herbert, Breece. I don't hate that. Justin Herbert plus Breece Hall. I kind of like this. Obviously, the version of pushing this is asking for, Kyle Monangai on top of the trade. Okay, let's keep looking. Not going to go to Stroud. Trevor Lawrence plus Cam Scatterboo. I'm not opposed to this idea. You might be able to net something more on top. Like, could you add to this if you sent back something like Ramondre Stevenson? That could be possible. Bo Nix, Bucky Irving. I don't hate it. those would be the main options if you're wanting to go out there and really aggressively try and position yourself right now. I'd probably play it cool. I would not use your 27 first or second in a trade right now. I would hold those assets, see if I can get, a couple trades done. Then mid-season, if I feel like I'm a real contender, I can look at going out and moving that first for a running back where that's probably your weakness will be. The other option I thought of is Michael Wilson. Can we sell him right now for a running back? He's really right in that range of where the Bashul Tutins are. Didn't I just do Bashul Tutin trade? So if you can move him straight up, that would definitely be better from a roster construction perspective. I don't even hate like a Swift plus, DeAndre Swift plus something, but Swift plus like Chris Godwin, and then we send back something else to make it work. And what we send back is, the 305 or 303 or something in this year's class. So those are some options, some things that I think could work. But again, not a bad team at all. I would probably try and stay pretty even keel for right now. Give yourself some flexibility moving forward into the season. If you want to make some moves, those Lamar Jackson tear downs are optional. The turning Michael Wilson into a running back is a good idea. And then in the draft, it's really about taking swings on guys that you like. But I appreciate you big time, my friend. Thank you for becoming a member. Pretty sure you were in tonight's draft as well, so hopefully you enjoyed that. But these final two reviews, I am going to leave for tomorrow's stream rather. I am going to be live doing a real rookie draft, so I would love for you guys to come join me. We'll be doing a real rookie draft. Sammy will be here, and this is one of my worst teams. So I've had a lot of good teams so far on the streams this year for the real rookie drafts. The Foxtrot League is by far one of my worst teams. So if you want to come finally, throw some shade at me, tomorrow will be the stream to do so. But appreciate y'all. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to go save my throat, and I appreciate y'all hanging out. We'll see you very, very soon. Nothing but love. Oh, sorry. One last thing. We did just release a brand new league that you can enter, the Orion League, on the landleagues.com website. So anybody who becomes a brand new member gets a guaranteed spot in the league. So make sure you've checked that out if you haven't checked it out yet. We also have our Fantasyland Shorts channel, brand new channel. If you haven't subscribed, go show some love over there. Yeah, that's it. Okay, gang. We'll see you later. Nothing but love. Deuces.